for us. And Brian, an absolute legend of the game, making his way to his first Triton series and taking down his first event, Ben Tollerin, Ben 86. Managed to speak with Jason Kuhn briefly, and he's like, the boy got it done. He came here in event number 1. How does that feel when you do start coming to these live high rollers to just kind of get that monkey off your back, if you will, and get that big score in a high roller scene?
I mean, I obviously Ben 86 is a legend.
For sure.
I would hesitate to call it a monkey when it's like first or second Triton. Monkey becomes when, you've played 15 and haven't cashed or
True.
something like that. But yeah, I'm sure he feels great about it. It's nice just to have a nice start. I mean, by the way, let's not forget Patrick, another person who just won their first. So we have 2 events, 2 guys, legends of the game, with their first Triton titles. And, I mean, 25 and 30K, they're big tournaments. They won a lot of money. Although within the confines of Triton, they're like the warm-up events.
Yeah,
but the good news for these guys is basically they won an amount of money where if they play the rest of the tournaments, even if they brick everything, they'll break even. They just won their buy-ins for the 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
That's how Triton keeps it pushing.
Yeah.
So yeah, here we are.
Getting that score.
800,000. I can now at least I break even at the worst at these events. You know what I'm saying?
That's where you put in the group chat, free rolling the rest of the trip kind of thing, and everyone back home's happy. But look, Ben Tollerin, you're right. It's not a monkey off of his back, but just getting that score, event number 1, certainly gonna help with confidence, because he mentioned there in the interview with Lulu that he's been wanting to come, just hasn't really fallen into place in terms of timing, and to finally make that move and kind of come and battle with some of the best competition in the world. I feel like from a confidence point of view, you must then go into the rest of the series feeling really good, especially after taking time off poker. I know you've had similar stories in your career where you've taken a few months off. I know I have as well. So yeah,
hard agree there, Henry. I mean, you just pointed it out. Like, he hasn't really come. He's kind of wanted to. I know also that Ben, personally, his strongest game is PLO. Like, he's world class, arguably the best at PLO. No limit hold'em tournaments. Obviously, he's great, but it's not as much his forte. So from a confidence standpoint, to just come out, win one of your first events that you play, win a bunch of money, your first Triton title, like that's great. And also from the time off standpoint,
for sure,
also huge. Like, I took a lot of time off during COVID. You are, I mean, even though like I had done a lot during my career, that first WSOP when I came back and played a bunch of events, you want to more than anything prove something to yourself.
For sure.
Like, I haven't played that much for a year or two. Like, I haven't lost it. So yeah. It's all right. I agree.
Well, GG's, Ben. Jumping into the action now in the 50K 6 max. I mean, we're looking at a huge field already, 79 entries. It's none other than Cale Burns from Australia out at the top of the pack, closely followed by our 4-time champion, Jason Kuhn, currently sat on 168 big blinds. Just a quick look down at the chip counts. Another Triton regular, Ivan Liao, 3rd in chips, Victor Malinovsky, limitless, and Vladi Charulov in 5th, rounding out the top 5. And to take a quick look at one of our featured tables, got Phil Nagy, Michael Adamo, Ike Haxton, just to name a few. So action-packed 50K 6 max, just 10 seconds away. We're going to send it down to the floor and jump into the action here at the Merit Royal Diamond, and taking a look at the chip count. So this feature table, it is arguably one of Triton's fan favorites, Johan Gilbert, who has been involved in a lot of cash games over on our YouTube channel. Someone that we've enjoyed having not only in the tournaments, but the high stakes cash games in Madrid and Cyprus earlier on in the year. So looking forward to see what he brings to this table. And Brian, I'm really looking forward to being sat here with you, 6 max, not as much room in terms of hiding space where, ranges are a little bit wider compared to the 8 max tournaments. And yeah, you kind of, you don't really get to hide 30-minute clocks. So I'm looking forward to reverse engineering and kind of taking a deep dive in some of these hands with you.
Yeah, I mean, you take out most tournaments are played and most no limit games full ring or 8 or 9 handed, right? And you're basically cutting out those 2 or 3 early position spots. The way I like to phrase it, because like everybody always talks about 6 max or when you're playing shorthanded in different terms, it's just you're just cutting out those early position spots. And what does that do? Okay, first those are spots where you have to play, or you know, at most reasonable tables, you have to play really snug. You have to play tight. You have to have a tight starting range. When one of those players does enter the pot, their range is usually strong, and it like drastically affects the way the rest of the table plays, right?
For sure.
And so, it ends up being a game where you're waiting a lot. You're often playing less hands because of those positions. And when you just cut those out and you start getting down to 6 max or shorter handed play, yeah, like you said, you can't hide. And another reason why is you take the blinds a lot more often, right? And when you're in the blinds, you end up playing more hands. You have more blind versus blind or dealer versus blind spots. And those end up being more aggressive spots with more three betting and 4 betting with wider ranges. So you just end up playing more hands like that. And yeah, and
kind of solidifying your point here about the dealer versus blind spots. Adamo coming with a 3-bet from the small blind against the Nagy open ace-10-0. Gonna peel one off in position.
And our feature tables have some interesting,
weight.
some great players on them. I mean, on the other one, we have Kuhn and Chidwick, and basically, I think all pros. And this table is not necessarily all pros. Nagy obviously being an amateur, but I mean, we get to watch Adamo and Ike among others. So very excited for this.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of this type of table dynamic, if you will, where you have people like Nagy not afraid to come and compete with some of the best. It really just adds from an entertainment point of view, seeing how they navigate and compete against some of the best players in the world, and vice versa as well.
So immediately, this is a good card for Nagy. It ensures that with his ace high and the nut heart, he basically isn't going to go anywhere now. I feel like the only route for Adamo winning this pot will end up being Nagy missing and a large river bluff, which, given the fact that the turn's getting betted, it'll probably mean something online all in. And Nagy's going to take that away by moving all in here.
Here we go. So Nagy going to, effectively double up uncontested. Sorry, I stand corrected. Adamo betting 32K on the turn, the effective jam.
Yeah, this is an I'll say this is an unconventional line by Nagy, and let me explain why. I think most people in that spot, most pros, would call, and if they decide they're going to go with their ace high, they call, and then decide to basically call most rivers, even blanks. And the reason why is, this hand is a great example of the reason why. We could see that Adamo actually only had king high, but folded to a jam. And that ace high with the ace high hearts has king high hands, even with a heart, in jail, right? Adamo had very little equity in that hand. I think it was something around 10%. I don't remember the exact number. And there's a good chance had Nagy just called in position, and then let's say like a deuce or a 10 or whatever rolls off on the river, Adamo might go all in as a bluff with king high at that point, and then Nagy can still just call. But when he goes ahead and jams the turn, he's also in position, right? But when he goes ahead and jams the turn, he's going to get a lot of those hands that he has in jail to fold. Something king high. Even you saw king high with king high heart, which is about as good a hand that is still worse than ace high that he could expect to maybe call, still folded. So this is an example of where I like the fact that, say, Nagy continued. Obviously, he has ace high and the nut heart draw, but I think, making the decision, like, to me, that's the type of decision you make where you're like, hey, I don't want to make another decision in this pot. I'm going with it. I'm just all in right here. If you got me, you got me.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like the mindset, whereas the best way to then
30 minutes.
employ that mindset, the strategy should be, hey, I'm going to call here, and you know what? I'm probably going to call most blanks on the river too. That's actually the higher EV way to implement that mindset. Like, I think my opponent's going to be bluffing here a bit. I don't want to give it up. So it's like, what do you do there? And I think you saw an example where Nagy, showing a bit like, you know, he's not a world-class player in the sense of some of these other guys, put his foot down, but not in the highest EV way. That would be my breakdown.
To play devil's advocate and kind of come to
Please do.
Nagy's defense, do you not feel like by him pushing his equity on the turn, that kind of not only allows him to push equity, but secondly, it removes being put in a tough spot from a world-class player like Adamo on brick rivers? You know, how comfortable are we with ace-10, ace of hearts when we're facing a 3-bet pre-flop and then a potential triple barrel if Adamo followed through?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do you feel like, you know, just kind of eliminating that difficult decision where maybe he folds 50% of the time?
Okay, you're right, and I think you proved my point, though. You did eliminate a difficult decision on the river, but sometimes it's those difficult decisions that give you a higher EV.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
No, 100%.
And so, and if you want to eliminate the decision, you could just literally say, hey, I'm calling every river.
Yeah.
Like, I'm calling now and I'm calling every river.
Love that.
Because, like, yeah, I don't know what my opponent has. Who cares? But I want to keep his bluffs in. I don't know if this card filled in the gut shot straight, gave him a pair, or he already had me beat, whatever. I'm just calling every river.
Love that. Yeah, that's pretty, well, not pretty, extremely insightful. As we jump back into another hand.
So, yeah, but again, there are actually sometimes, especially when you're playing amateur versus amateur, where I'll tell you, like, when I'm playing against somebody bad, like, that play could, Nagy's play could be the better play.
I just want more.
Like, if your opponent, after you move all in there, let's say he has the king-9 with the king of hearts, and he's just going to call off the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then Nagy's play would be better.
You're just printing, yeah.
You're printing. But, like, against an opponent who, world-class opponent like Adamo, who isn't going to call off there, but, like, is actually pretty likely to, like, follow through on the river with a bluff, like, knowing that king or queen or whatever high isn't good. It is higher EV to play it the other way. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That would just be my breakdown as a. That's why I'm here. I'm here to try to get it.
No, I love it.
I love that Nagy. Listen, to Nagy's credit, I love that he's like, okay, this is good enough. Like, I'm not like it's ace high, but you know, this is good enough against this blaster. I'm gonna hold my ground. No, that was like the most important part of the hand that he didn't fold. But I'm just saying the way you then extrapolate the most EV, in my opinion, is playing his range differently there and playing that hand in particular differently.
Let's go.
The chat can confirm.
Welcome to
you 4-bet jam with king 6 suited for 50 blind against me, and I fold ace 10 suited. That's what
good hand, the king 6. You know Linus Liliga? He's got the king 6 on his jersey. It's his favorite hand. Good hand.
Yeah. Johan exchanging a few words about
playing games until you get jammed on by king 6. Yeah.
Linus jamming on him with king 6, apparently. A few people just joining us asking who won the 30K 6 max between Yuri Zivalevsky and Ben 86. It was Ben
I had a good hand.
that eventually took down the event number 2 of this Triton Super High Roller Series in the form of a cooler. I mean, as cold as it gets, heads up. Turn top 2 for Yuri versus a rivered top 2.
Yeah, and they both
Ben.
flop top pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen 6 deuce. Yuri with the queen 8. Turn brought the 8, giving him top 2 pair. River the offsuit ace, giving Ben his first Triton Series title. And one for the purists out there as well, you could argue. So we take a quick look at the chip counts. Blinds 2,000, 4,000. 4,000 big blind ante. And also, Brian, for some of the viewers out there that may be playing live poker for the first time or relatively new, this short-handed, 6 max with that big blind ante, where the big blind coming round, 25% faster than it would in an 8 max. What are some of the adjustments that you need to be making in order to kind of not get?
Yeah,
that would happen.
So
vanishingly unlikely you could be here all week and not win a single flip.
The way I phrased that when we were first having the discussion about 6 max, it's like I don't make an adjustment, right? You just don't have the early position hands.
Okay.
Right? It's like let's say you're playing a 9-handed table and it gets folded to you in the hijack. Like, if I'm playing 6 max, the hijack is UTG +1. If the guy under the gun folds and now it's on me in the hijack, I play that spot the same either way. Or, you know, I play the spot the same. I'm taking into account the 4 other people left to go, 2 in position, the 2 blinds, and I'm same range, whatever. There's no difference in those spots. It's just that
Madrid, right?
when you're in the hijack 6 max, it's going to get folded to you more often because you have one guy who needs to fold. Whereas if you're in the hijack in a 9-handed table, you have 4 guys who need to fold for it to get to you.
Sure.
So you get those spots at a higher frequency, like folded to you in the hijack, folded to you on the button, or like a late position opener and you're on the button. Like that's a very different spot if cutoff opens and you're on the button versus under the gun 9-handed opens and you're on the button. You know, like one has a much wider range than the other one, and you're gonna play your cards, you know, accordingly differently. So
First time I've ever seen
the
this
way
guy
I,
run
to
that
put it
many
is,
things.
I'm not making like an adjust, like,
They did actually
and in
do
fact,
the race
it's
before they figured it
let's
out.
call it a minor pet
They
peeve.
change all the chips and everything, and I come back, I'm like, hey,
And it makes me realize, in fact, that like you're not really thinking about poker, in my opinion, correctly when you're like, oh hey, it's like 6 max. Like
I lost that race.
I have to play crazy. Like
Well,
it's folded to
that
me in the
also
small
would
blind.
be
I got to be
first.
crazier because it's 6 max. No, it's the same in every game if it's folded to you in the small blind.
Nice.
Right? You know, it's just either way, it's folded to you in the small blind. Same thing. The big blind's in position and it's a heads-up pot. Whether it's 6 max or fucking 40 max, okay? Not that there's that many cards in the deck, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. I appreciate the breakdown for sure. So I think
Yeah,
a
the
lot of
difference is
people-
you get a higher
right where I want 'em
frequency
now.
of these spots.
Exactly,
Where you play
yeah.
more hands. So
good
you
work.
will play more hands, you'll take the blinds more often, but you're not like changing the way you play those spots. So, and I think that's a very important distinction that I feel like a lot of, let me call it like less experienced poker players get wrong. Because
That's
they think like
definitely a
because it's 6-handed, like I have to be crazier in the exact same spots, which is not the way you should think about it.
For sure. Yeah, definitely a big misconception, I think. Or I feel like.
Just wait till I ask for a count.
So yeah, I'm just, thank you for asking that question because it's something like I always want to clear up because I do consistently hear
That's actually a
people.
chore for me, 'cause
I think the way
so
that they
bad with,
phrase that
like,
incorrectly shows me that they're not thinking correctly about
you
it.
can ask me my stack also.
I appreciate it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Rast in the booth alongside me for the rest of the day. We'll be playing 18 levels here, I believe. Obviously, Luca, our tournament director, with the discretion on that, may, you know, add in a couple more levels. Getting a lot of love in the chat as well. A lot of people saying love Triton, they love what they've done for the community and for the game, you know. This level of production being put together on a consistent basis several times throughout the year at different locations around the globe.
Michael Adamo.
One of the best. Never do it.
Pocket aces, huh?
Yeah.
It's nice when that's all you have to play.
Unlucky flop.
Some love getting thrown Michael Adamo's way
What a
from his
mistake,
table
yeah.
mates. Deservingly so.
That was just unlucky flop. We'll put it in the vlog.
Put in the vlog?
Because, yeah, last 5 times I was losing my stack against you, so
How you get it back?
we need to balance it a bit. 5-1, 5-1, 5-1.
All right, Queen Jack suited. Definitely a hand that's going to get played. Let's see how Eric War, who's been battling in all these tournaments so far, might be a Triton newcomer, but definitely plays poker on the American scene.
Wait, 31,000.
Yeah, he
been out here
looks like
battling.
he's going for the 3-bet.
Against the
Yeah,
Adamo
it is his first
Button
Triton
Open.
series. It's 3.5x, which is reasonable, but towards the smaller side. given it looks like they're about 60 to maybe 70 big blinds effective. And Damo's hand, equity-wise, is locked up, but he is in position. So with the betting lead and the better draw, I expect Eric to generally win this hand. His path to losing will be betting too small as a c-bet and then giving up. I think Adamo folds to most c-bet sizes, but if he bets real small here, he might continue with the backdoor hearts. And so now this is an interesting bet size. That's not. I'm not exactly sure what Adamo's going to do. It's small enough. It's large enough that it's pretty uncomfortable for Jack-8 of hearts, but small enough that he could still find a continue. Had it been more like 15,000, I'm sure he would think he would continue. But yeah, this might be too big. Yeah, I like this fold. And nice c-bet size by War.
I feel like a common theme for the bluffs that share cards with, you know, our main value hands.
Who is your favorite player and why it is Adamo?
Continue for larger sizings on
You didn't
Ace
see
King
him.
9, but I guess in a 3-bet pot.
This guy.
I agree.
Versus
I
a
agree.
button open,
It's,
small blind versus button.
like I asked him, I said, how do you see the future?
away with-
Like that's
Well,
the
I
only
mean, the
way
thing
could
about
get
the Queen
exactly
Jack of clubs there, especially with there being no club, is it's actually a
Look at this little Adama crystal ball.
Those are Twitter
pretty
questions.
good hand to.
Isaac is a Twitter
I mean,
pro.
pretty good hand to go 3 barrels with.
I follow.
Sure. Oh yeah,
Like you're
Sure.
blocking Ace Queen and Ace Jack, which are
Go follow Isaac
8,000.
on his
like
Twitter.
massive hands
How
to
is,
block.
how is your name on Twitter?
Ike Poker.
Ike
and we
Poker
have
on
equity
Twitter.
against any continuing
If you
range.
like poker,
Because
if you like,
you don't
other
have,
things, speak about
because you have the
anything. Very interesting.
suit that's not
Very
on the
interesting.
flop,
You're
you
pretty
get
active on
called
Twitter.
slightly
Pretty
more on the
active.
flop,
I do
like
spend
increasing the chance
probably an
by like
unhealthy
weakish
amount
hands
of
that
time
can't
on
call
Twitter.
2 barrels.
Same. It's the best social
Right,
media.
so making you want a
I
2 barrel,
can't
and then
stand
when you
the
get to the
others.
river, blocking Ace Queen and Ace
Forgot
Jack
how
is
to log into my
huge.
Facebook
So a great
account
hand
and
to
haven't
3
figured it
barrel
out
with.
again
Same.
as of like maybe 4
Yeah,
years
same.
ago.
Talking of Eric Worre,
Forgot
But there, but just to follow
Yeah.
that up,
Yeah,
and
but
but the
it's-
reason
they-
being,
they
if you
still ask
size
so
up
many
too big on the
questions. I
flop,
have same problem
can't
and
really
I'm
get
a
3 barrels there
influencer,
because they were only like
So
70
that's the
blinds
problem.
deep to start the hand.
I think it's
You know
been
what I
3
mean?
weeks there is
Yeah,
no
for
post
sure.
on my Facebook.
So
that makes a
anyway,
lot of
Because
sense.
A lot of events
theoretical
that I
standpoint.
do organise through Facebook, so it's like hard not to.
Eric inviting
Yeah.
Seth Davies
Your
to
friends are still
the
on
Coin
Facebook, you said?
Rivet
You
Invitational,
must have all
200k
9,000.
coming up later on.
necessarily.
This is old school social media nowadays.
Young
Yeah.
crowds on there too. I avoided Instagram though.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, I use Instagram more for posting, but as a consumer, my favorite is Twitter
I'll tell you what.
as just a client.
I did.
Yeah.
I did a little bit
Oh, I
of.
need some change.
Sure. I did some marketing research.
Thank you.
I had to realized I had to start learning about TikTok, and so I downloaded TikTok and started watching it. And dear Lord, can that just eat up your whole life? I've spent 4 or 5 hours on TikTok and not even realized it.
You need to confess.
I do. It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's-
they do it.
It's
They
just
know.
mesmerizing.
They hypnotize people. Nice.
Literally, yeah.
It's hypnotizing. Like, everything is
I like
greatest of the greatest
I like
marketing.
pulling it apart, and I like how it's one of the things they do is the endless scroll. They don't actually like old web pages. They stop at the end of the page, and this is just
it
the
just
end.
keeps going.
It just keeps going.
It's like Twitter in some ways, right?
It figures out what you like so
And
well.
right, it's and then the things that you stay in there too long, they stay on there longer and
see
just
that?
watch. They see that, they do all the traffic.
I've
And
never used it. I don't know.
9, yeah.
it was funny. I was looking at Instagram and how the ads do and this and that. I actually uninstalled Instagram from my phone and then reinstalled it and allowed them to read everything in the background. You know how they have to ask you if you can. And once I did that, I said, okay, let me go to Google, and I searched condos in Panama. 3 hours later, I was getting ads for condos in Panama. I said, wow, they're just so good
They're
at
on
what
it.
they do. They're just amazing.
Yeah, they mine your data. I mean, like, it seems like with Facebook ads or whatever, it's always like whatever I Googled before. I look at some headphones, I get all like headphone ads.
I'll tell you what,
Getting
It's
caught
like
in
all
the
different
TikTok
airlines.
trap.
when I saw that, I went over to my buddy's computer and I went and
As
searched
many fine people have
adult toys
in recent
on
years.
his work computer, right? And those
Mike v.
banners
Kim,
chased him around
Button,
at work
the
forever,
big
and
blind
he couldn't get rid
confrontation
of them. It was great.
going
It was
down.
great. I'll go a long way for a joke. And now he knows. It was me.
He's got to use DuckDuckGo.
Huh?
DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
He's got to use.
But yeah,
Potential lead
it's
spot
almost
for
like not
Ike.
fair,
Decides to knuckle it
right?
back with
they know so
top
much.
second pair.
Google
Yeah,
knows more
one of
about
the
you than
hands
probably
that-
anyone else in
Yeah,
life.
you don't even know you
Exploitively
want this, and it's
Doesn't want to lead a
you
bunch
look at
there.
Amazon. They don't even sell
I
you
think the
anything. They
leading
say,
range
"Ooh, other
prefers to
people
be
want this that
more
you might
polar,
like."
and this is like smack in
Selling,
the
it's just hey,
middle,
you might
basically.
know you're going to like it. Not to say I don't love Amazon.
So
Love it.
maybe a hand you can lead less with.
It's funny how we complain about all this, but we just use all this stuff anyway. We like
Right.
complain Amazon, you know, we still
Well,
use it.
it's. I guess how spoiled are we? We're
Not an easy
sitting here
fault there from Mike.
we're complaining
Solid lay
about
down.
that they give us exactly what we want.
Guess having the six
I
of
guess
diamonds
it's
to boot.
just so much more like
makes it
the
somewhat
big brother
easier.
thing, you know? Like it's give me what I want, but I don't know. Don't tell me how you're getting it. I don't know.
But is it always what you want, or is it what they like?
It's they're pretty darn close. They're pretty darn close.
Yeah, close little decisions like that can make a big difference on your chip bottom line at the end of the day.
They have
You
some
know?
misses too. I mean, they've been at it for a long time, and Amazon still does the thing where like you buy a vacuum cleaner, so they figure you're just somebody who wants to buy a vacuum cleaner every week. They just keep sending you more ads for vacuum cleaners.
You know what?
It's like you usually don't need multiple of those. It's kind of a one and done thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a Jordan sickness. I love buying the new Jordans, right? So maybe there's vacuum people like that.
I mean, there's somebody like just about anything, but I would imagine it's not too common.
It's your consumer
Maybe you buy a
item,
crappy vacuum and they
You're
know it's going to
guilty.
break soon.
pleasure, if you will, that you
actually
always
possible.
purchase whenever they bring out new ones.
Man, you know, I don't think I really have one. Like literally.
Oh.
I mean, probably the closest thing would be the iPhone.
Right.
Like
yeah,
I end up
snap buying the new one.
no, not Snap, but inevitably for some reason I get most of the new ones that come out. That's probably it. But no, it's not Snap, not like right when it comes out, but
Warren Nagy both flopping middle pair. King 10-7. Johan with a bit of a loose pill on the button, the suited jack. Maybe looking to play hands in position against Eric. He's reaching for chips. Facing a half-pot C-bet. What's going on here, Brian?
I am not sure. There is nothing about Johan's hand to me which says that he should continue in this pot.
Okay, it does eventually
It's
let it go.
just not a good hand to even make a move with. I don't really understand, but I mean, no pair, no draw, and really no relevant cards. In a certain sense, his cards were kind of almost below average to want to bluff with, but maybe just sense weakness, you know, some kind of physical tell or feeling. There's definitely nothing based on the cards, in my opinion, that would lead the Jack Six of Diamonds in that spot to want to do something.
Nagy keeping Eric honest for one street after flopping middle pair himself. Ace of Hearts rolling off on the turn.
9 still plays.
Does indeed.
There's a number of cards that counterfeit it, but an 8 or lower, sorry, a 6 or lower, and it will still play. The 8 gives War 2 pair, so.
Now turning his 10 into a bluff.
Frog didn't just die. We continued his hand.
Nice, Henrik.
Gets Nagy to fold the
An
better 10.
interesting play there. Works very well when your opponent has a 10, but when you have a 10 yourself, you're blocking that. I feel like from a theoretical standpoint, they're probably better double barrel candidates, but that worked out perfectly in that particular instance.
Eric, do you know this website?
PokerPro.fr.
Yeah.
If I spoke French, I would be so excited about it.
Yeah, but you don't speak French, right?
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited for all French-speaking
For French-speaking people, yeah? They can go on it.
Yeah.
This was such an organic promo.
I was about to say,
That was pretty sure.
Johan
It was planned since 2 weeks already.
getting some shills
Everything
in.
was planned. We planned to be at the same table on the TV table. And exactly, I should have
It's
started
one of the
sentence
interesting things
exactly
about
like
poker. Sometimes someone plays a hand unconventionally,
that. And here
but
we are.
because they're playing that hand unconventionally, it actually
You're
works
just
out
known
perfect.
As the massage guy.
You know,
I've seen it, man. I mean,
like double barreling the 10-8 is very unconventional there, but his opponent had 10-9 and he was 7% to win and got that hand to fold. So it's one of the fun and beautiful things about the game of poker.
Jason Kuhn currently leading the final 58 players.
Yeah, when we got in the booth, it was Cale Burns
It was indeed.
who I got to know a little bit actually over COVID times. We're in a chat, and both are big fans of the UFC. So I've been talking to him a bunch, mostly about just UFC stuff, but sometimes other things. And Cale has he took some time off poker. So this is his first time coming back to really play like live tournaments in a while too.
Okay.
Don't think it's his first time at Triton, but he hasn't played live tournaments for a couple years really. So he's up there. He was the chip leader when we got in the booth, and is third right now.
11 million in total live earnings. Third on Australia's all-time money list.
Yeah, him and Adamo are good friends.
It's of course Adamo that is leading Australia's all-time money list.
Fellow Australians.
$9.5.
It's 9,500.
Took down the Aussie Millions 100k challenge just before COVID in Melbourne for 1.2 million. Ike bumping things up from the cutoff. The suited connector. Or are going to defend? The ace 10-0 heads up to a flop. Is Ike with the best of it on the king 8-4.
A nice flop for Ike. He outflops War with the pair, and he's got the backdoor flush draw. It's a board I expect Ike to c-bet quite a bit as well, both because the king high board's better for him for his range, and his hand loves realizing protection value, especially against someone I expect Ike thinks will probably under check raise, which should lead to a higher c-bet frequency.
Too much of a pussy. Couldn't do it.
Eric kicking himself for not 3-betting pre.
Scared.
He scares me.
You know,
Scared?
trying to think ace 10 off. What, Ike was cut off?
He doesn't even like wearing a mask. He does just to, make his poker face better.
My guess is ace 10 off is a pretty low frequency 3-bet there.
I'd
Like
say
big
so.
blind versus cutoff.
Yeah. I think you're bang on the money there. I mean, sometimes you just stare your opponent down and take it upstairs in the form of a 4.5x, but
Yeah.
I think for the most part.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to under rep and call there with their stack depths. Oh. It's like what? They were like 40, 50 blinds.
Is that how many level to re-entry?
10. Through the end of 10.
A couple more levels
Yeah.
to re-enter.
And I think
I
only
see
two
that one
more
as
and we're going to the
70-30. So definitely
It's told us
definitely
that,
can
yeah.
3-bet it, but
We stop at end of level 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, end of level 12 today.
Maybe,
oh, here we
maybe
go.
tonight I
A
actually
little
catch up on
something
sleep.
for everybody.
Maybe I will sleep finally.
How
The
often do
top
we
pair
tell ourselves that?
versus
Every single night. Almost.
bottom pair, good
Not quite.
kicker, backdoor,
Sometimes I know this is not the night I
strong
will catch
backdoor
up on
diamonds.
sleep, but
Actually, I was gonna take today off, but then I slept so much last night, and then
This is gonna go over.
Kim with a
100
few
entries, right?
options about how to play this here.
Probably. I mean, the first
He-
one was
He can
130,
call.
the second
He
one
can
was
also
120,
raise,
this
in my
will hit
opinion,
100.
in position.
Actually, I mean, this might hit 120 even. We're already at 80 with
With 3 levels.
more than 3 levels of rebuy left.
Yeah. Sounds like it will,
No,
it will go over.
no chance it's under 100.
This card should slow the action somewhat.
That's a great success.
Card
Yeah,
probably
the
neither
stop-
player is
gotta
that
do some
excited to bet on the turn. I do think Kim.
Maybe all the no limit tournaments get over 100.
I won't be shocked if he bets.
200's
Yeah.
going to get over 100 probably with their entries.
That's my
I mean,
guess.
there are a
Then
lot of
100.
draws out
Yeah,
there.
with rebuys almost certainly. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice
I
to
think
charge,
we're
especially if
maybe
maybe,
unique.
again,
that's gonna be that's
don't
gonna
think
100's
your
gonna be a big
opponent
deal.
is very likely to
bet.
check
Oh, yeah,
raise
yeah.
for whatever
For
reason.
sure. The 75 is the only
Can be
one that's
a good
risk.
spot
That's
to-
true, you're right, the 75.
While there's
And is there a turbo? If there's a
still one
turbo,
card to come.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
that one probably won't hit
I think a
100.
very good exploit in
it's fair to
situations,
count that.
maybe where, let's say, your opponent checks there and isn't as likely to check raise for whatever reason you think,
There's a 50k turbo day
can be
200.
Oh,
very
at
good
the
with
end,
some of
yeah.
these
Yeah.
like fragile but pretty good hands to bet while there's still
I think it's fair to not
equity
count
to
that.
realize, like charge your opponents for draws or how, even King Deuce there has 5 outs, right? And then, check back most rivers because there will be very little value if you get called in betting on almost any river there other than a 6 or an 8.
Table getting excited about potential early night. It's really playing 12 levels this evening
The waitresses don't come over this direction.
compared to
Don't
Gonna wave one down.
Cappuccinos
the
really-
18 levels that we've been playing in the first 2
Right
events.
there, who will give you one?
And also applauding the turnout for this Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. Ike predicting this is going to get a minimum of 100 runners. Adamo also predicting a 3-figure field in the 200k with re-entries, potential $20 million prize pool.
Anybody remember what movie that was from?
It's not bad for 100 entries, is it?
Look over here.
Not my flop.
Chevy Chase movie. No, excuse me, Steve Martin. I think it's Three Amigos.
Amigos.
I'm so old.
Yeah, of course.
$200k, 20 million prize pool, 100 runner with these top heavy payouts that Triton usually lean towards. What do you think, Brian? We're leaning towards like 4.5, 5 million for first maybe in that 200k?
9?
Like 20%, 25% of the prize pool.
It's an invitation only, right? So they know how many people are in that.
I believe 38 teams confirmed, so 76 runners plus re-entries.
So yeah, it'll probably be just shy of 100 or something total entries. What is that like?
I mean, from what I've heard, like all the players that I've spoken to, everyone's ready to fire 2 bullets, I mean, if we predict that...
Well, are all the what about the non-pro pros.
Yeah, no, even like the
Oh,
businessman. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so let's just say 100 entries. I mean, I mean, this tournament's going to be like 100 entry. We probably should just look at the payout structure they do for this and kind of use that to predict, right? But yeah, probably something like 20%, maybe 25. Yeah,
Certainly
4 to 5 million. It's a good range.
let the first prize do the PR itself. Been a long time since we've had a 4.5, 5 million for first. Thinking back to London 2019.
Oh yeah, that was the million though, right? That was
Yeah.
probably a lot more.
Yeah, I think that was 20 million for first in that one.
Yeah, this 200K is going to be a fun tournament to follow. Just the structure being so unique.
Yeah,
The
day 1A.
separating the fields, the recombine.
Day 1A, all the businessmen. Day 1B, all the pros.
One of the
Day
tools
two.
today that,
Oh,
you know,
they're separating when
turned
the two.
50.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
it's old.
I think that's the most exciting.
I guess they're doing that to
And I'm thinking about the senior event.
maximize the coverage,
When I
right?
become a
More
senior,
than
that
because they could
whole
obviously run them at the same
generation
time
of
with the
early
tables.
generation of online poker is
But
gonna
now
be
you
seniors
actually-
event. It'll be like the
I know.
You end up
It'll be that-
covering the
funny.
tournament
Like,
more
it'll be
closely.
the-
You get twice as
it'll be
much
the-
coverage by splitting
Yeah,
it up.
for
That's
sure.
probably why they're doing it.
most different seniors event there ever was, because it's before that, you know, the seniors events.
It's
nobody had
50 for
played.
the seniors event?
No. It's what I'm saying is it's in 10 years. I guess is it 60 for the seniors event?
I think it's less than 60.
I think it's 50. The super seniors is.
Oh my
A
god.
pro asked me if I would be their businessman. Now that I'm a commentator,
Seniors.
Yeah.
I said
Yeah,
yes.
I don't even think I would
if-
play the super
if they could
seniors
make
event
that
just
fly.
because
How-
it's
how would that
super
make you
senior.
feel?
Yeah.
Being put on the businessman side of things.
Down in Uruguay, they moved the
Think we
seniors
would all
event
pay
down to
that.
45, and they're like, oh,
Like
you can do
internally,
the
would you
seniors
feel like
event.
that's
God, I hate you.
that's not true, right? You're still
I'll
not
be in there at
retired.
70, mate.
Oh yeah.
Sure,
Running
maybe
away.
there also.
I mean, I don't know if somehow they let it happen, I would do it. But you know, I feel like the EV would be pretty nice over there. But yeah, you know, maybe it's not appropriate. I could definitely see somebody making the argument that I shouldn't be on the businessman side of things. I am a professional commentator now, though.
This is
Henry,
true.
You know,
This is true.
I'm getting paid to do it.
You've got the resume to back that up.
Yeah, and while it's true that I played the tournaments in Madrid, I'm not playing any tournaments here.
There we
so
go.
far, so I don't know. Yeah, it's a pretty dicey line, man. I agree.
Confirmed businessman.
I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen.
A few people asking how people get invited.
17.
Well, a few people have put in applications, have reached out, mutual friends.
Yeah,
I've
we guess-
attended Triton series events before.
Probably what Rob and Paul are kind of making decisions on this one, I would guess. I'm not really sure, but
Believe it is Rob, Paul, and Jason.
oh,
A
Kuhn.
three-way affair. A name gets put forward. The three of them vote 2-1, obviously. That's how it's decided.
Well, you're still batting 1,000.
Maybe.
Prince
Maybe
of Darkness. Ike Haxton.
Devastatingly unsuccessful at getting you to call a bet when I have the nuts.
That's also possible. I was considering raising with 10 high. No draw. Then I said, oh wait, there's people watching this, and I'm gonna look stupid again.
We're probably in
Good for the
trouble
image.
then. I had a really good 10 high.
Dealers in the 50K, please complete the hand you're on and raise the blinds. The blinds are now 2,500, 5,000.
Someone asking if Espen is still in. He certainly is. Fifth in chips.
500, big blind 5,000.
Current counts, Jason Kuhn, top of the pack.
Oh,
Kale Burns in
no, you had me
second.
picked.
Damn it.
Bryant Campforce
Look like
in
a genius.
third,
Look
Ivan Now in
like I could do that
fourth,
over again.
Espen Jorstad in fifth.
I'd like my one do-over.
Nagy pained,
You need a
back
bounty.
to fold. 10-8 diamonds from the small.
Yeah, versus under the gun.
I folded that for Scott Ball.
So,
He yelled at me
blinds
about
going up.
Stupid things in the small blind.
Sorry?
2.5K,
He yelled
5K.
at me for doing stupid things in the small blind. I'm not allowed to do stupid things in the small blind anymore.
Try not to do stupid things in any spot, right?
Oh, no. Like that's impossible. Just give one position at a time.
But the small blind's the best spot. You get to act first.
Right.
Very straight.
Some solid advice right there, Brian. Just, you know,
They say it's the worst position.
trying to do anything stupid at all times, especially when the cameras are rolling.
The best.
Have to ask you,
See, now I have jokes.
out
but
of
you
just
can't
sheer
see. I'm thinking about
curiosity,
both
what's the
those comments.
dumbest thing you feel like you've
I'm a
ever
good man.
done, given that you've spent plenty of time
Pass.
at feature tables? Have you ever, like, misread a hand and kind of just emptied the clip, or made a live misclick in the form of a call?
You know,
We can speak about it.
I don't remember the dumbest thing I've ever done at a
What is
feature
that?
table.
It's training site. French training site.
I've definitely,
yeah.
like I know in mixes, I've definitely played the wrong
Where you're
game
talking from.
before, and in fact,
No.
I'm one of the
We have,
more
like,
likely
5
people
people
to do that
Really?
in a way. Yeah, like probably like me and Doyle were the most likely people to do that in Bobby's room
Number one school now
for a good stretch, which
French.
is, I mean, Doyle's like 80 in his 80s, and
For sure.
I'm not.
The legend,
So-
Doyle Brunson, mixing up the games.
Let me give you a life hack.
Yeah, the dumbest thing, I know the dumbest thing that I've
Exactly
done
what you're doing, just add subtitles.
wasn't at a feature
Now the
table.
whole world
It
is your
was
oyster.
in
You know, we have
the
subtitles
Big
on
Bet
my YouTube
mix,
channel.
Look at that.
probably like,
Just on
I
my
don't know,
YouTube
8
channel,
years
but-
ago-ish.
It's already something that
And I
people
don't
can
know
activate.
There was a
Anything about
pot
this
in
site.
Yeah.
PL08 where
Promise.
we got it all in.
Yeah,
I
for
ran
the-
it
for the
twice.
Pay content, there is no subtitles though.
And
But that's a
on
great
the
idea.
second run out, I actually, I
11-5.
believe I scooped, but didn't
Usually
realize it.
English-speaking people, they
Like,
prefer
I had
to
a
go,
hand that
like,
had like
directly
no
with-
pair, but it had like the better low draw. It had like a double gutter and like, you know,
Well, I say that
or maybe I had one pair. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, the point is I like didn't table my hand.
Speak Spanish first.
I mean, this was
Especially
like,
when I like watching
I forget it.
movies
I
and
think
got a
the
real
pot
thick
might have been like
accent.
400K, and it was like
That's
200
subtitles
was
anyway.
mine,
Sometimes,
and I mucked.
under-
And like,
Like I wish there was
Yeah.
subtitles on your shirt
yeah, it was
right
something like, it was like King 10, like 7,
Dear.
King 10,
Again,
7,
Cameron
like
made fun of
deuce,
people
and I had
a lot.
like ace 4, jack 9 or something, and I'm like,
Right.
one of the runouts was like queen. That exact hand might not be right, but I didn't realize
I know
I
what
hit
you
the
mean,
double
yeah.
gutter.
Yeah.
But what happened is like, and I was playing over somebody. They came back, and like 15 minutes later, I was like telling somebody the hand,
Oh, yeah?
like who was just sitting off to the side. It might have even been like Vivek Rajkumar or someone like that. And like I just like literally when I got to the card that came on the second run out, I like stopped dead in my tracks, like stopped counting in the hand because I just realized that like, oh my god, like that gave me the fucking straight, and I fucking mucked my hand.
Yeah.
That's definitely
Just
the biggest mistake I
shipped
ever
him
made.
off.
Just like literally,
Wow.
like
Pretty good.
just didn't win 200K that I should have.
That's rough. That's
Yeah.
very rough.
Yeah, I was pretty tilted
Whoever wins
at that
has to
point.
give
Yeah, I can
I
imagine.
left. I left the casino. I was like first on the list. I didn't want to play the game anymore. So I was pretty annoyed.
I respect the discipline to leave after that, because I feel like the most likely scenario for, at least for me personally, is I just
Oh, no, you have.
absolutely steaming, trying to get it back.
He loves it.
Yeah.
Just end up becoming really spewy.
It's 25.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the game. That also made it pretty easy. Like, you know,
Oh,
first
okay,
on the
fair
list, right? I played over, but yeah, just I didn't want to play anymore.
I
So
won. I have
pretty.
no idea.
I was really annoyed.
Very, very fortunate.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go. 200K mistake. That's the biggest one I've ever made.
That's like
But yeah, no, I'm
11 Bitcoin.
I mean, you do have to.
I'm not a good
pretty
like
highly
poker
developed. I mean,
multitasker.
your screen
Like I'm a
is-
person. If somebody's
right.
talking to me and this and whatever, or like
And he's
I'm on my
right,
phone,
it's
like
true.
that's why I'm likely to play the wrong game.
I think
Like
it was a reference to the movie. I think
Yeah,
he
that's
just.
what I
I'm really good at like deep focus on
Wasn't it
one
reference to me?
thing, but you start distracting
Wasn't it
me,
reference to
it's
me?
I know, I
not good
think
for
it
my
is, yeah.
game.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I was about to
I
ask,
think
like-
it's just a reference to like that's how much I can beat you for.
Okay,
No, I
here's a
think
follow-up
it's
question.
just
Have you
how
ever
much you-
realized midway through a hand that you're playing the wrong game?
Yeah,
didn't have
yeah,
You
that's
have.
happened as well.
Okay.
Sure.
Well,
Right.
that's still,
And then what do you
you
do
know,
then? You just
okay.
like try and pretend to represent, whatever? Like,
Yeah, it's happened at all kind of points during, like early in the hand, middle of the hand, after I played the hand. Yeah, that's
rewatched
happened
this years
all
ago.
kinds of
Oh,
different
dude.
points.
I'd love to just like imagine having like a close-up camera on your face as you realize halfway through the hand,
Yeah, that
you know, there's like
yeah, that,
X
that-
amount
that's
of
been
big
funny.
bets in there, and you realize, wow.
Well, no, but it's more likely to happen in a limit. It has to happen in big bet hands, but I feel like it's a little more likely to happen in limit pots because a lot of the mixed game, right? Like there'll be, I mean, the most likely one is like the stud varieties, and you're playing stud high instead of stud 8 or better. You know what I'm saying? Or like Raz in the Bobby's Room game, there's actually ace to 5 Raz and deuce to 7 Raz. So those are the most likely mix-ups,
Okay.
right? Is you're playing like the wrong kind of Raz or like the wrong stud or stud high
That
level.
makes a
Those
lot
are the
of
most
sense.
likely ones, and those are limit games where it's and it's not quite as bad. But yeah.
I haven't met him like for long. We talked for a few minutes. but
Because in
it's-
like in that mix, you know, there's
seems
only
like
3
a
big bet games.
Pretty cool guy.
Definitely an impressive poker player.
Probably ranks one of the most on the ACR. He's always in there.
Well, it's you know he was, you know, I don't want to be spammy, but yeah, I was pretty proud that he had $1 million on the table and left it there because you know with the rat hole tables you have to leave it there, and for me it's trusting the having $1 million.
That's a
and
strong
leaving
vote
it
of
there.
confidence.
That's saying something, right? I said okay. I'd like to meet you. I'd like to shake your hand.
I don't care who I'm trusting. I'm still not doing that.
Fair enough.
I would cash out.
Make me so nervous. You
Well,
kidding
then,
me?
then you couldn't sit back at the table.
Per week, right?
Yeah, for a week.
Wait,
He
what's
was like,
this?
no, there's a bunch of people with big stacks. I can't go anywhere.
So it sounds like Nagy in
I feel like I could
some
entertain
form
myself
of
okay
cash
for a
game.
week with $1 million, but no access to the no rat hole table.
You, sir, have got some
Left
discipline.
a milli on the table. Because if he took it off, he wouldn't have been able to play the game again for at least a week.
11-5.
Oh, it was like a no rat hole game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard about this game. It's on his website, right? The
Right.
Marcus Card Room no rat hole game. It's like a month or something where you can't, if you play, like you have to sit with the same stack.
Wow. That's absurd.
Yeah, it's like a long period of time till the reset.
32.
I've seen, I want to say, Omaha for rolls, Laszlo Boytash with like infinite on that table. I've seen screenshots in, Discord groups and whatnot. Yeah, Nagy.
Yeah, he's just. You probably know this better than me. He's just like the biggest online winner in PLO recently.
Oh,
Boytash.
Laszlo. Oh, it's
Yeah.
not even close. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Like,
Yeah.
he just has all the money.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just been crushing for the past, what I say, 5 years now.
Really?
I
Yeah.
guess I have to start doing that more
What is he?
often
Just
because
plays
no one ever,
anything.
ever-
Ring,
literally
heads
anything.
up, sits, like all the sites. How low will he play?
And the sickest thing is like
Someone can give
he's
me
out here playing like Hold'em high rollers as well. Comes second in WSOP Europe main to Jack Sinclair back in 2018.
he just loves it. He's
Just
playing it all.
absolutely loves the game.
What
It'd be nice.
how
Yeah,
low will
no,
he
yeah,
play
I
for
think that
PLO?
might free bet me.
Like how low will he sit? Not like regularly, not like once in a blue moon. Like somewhat regularly.
5K PLO, I'd say.
I'm
So
just
like
looking for a little
25, 50?
reciprocality.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So yeah, he's just
Just a little bit.
he's just a hard worker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not just like waiting around for like 200,
Better.
400 or something.
He got a lot of love for Laszlo. Definitely one of
Yeah.
the true grinders out there.
Yeah.
I was probably in trouble.
and I'm sure, I mean, I can't say with confidence, but I'm sure he's also really enjoying the 5-card streets now, especially within the last, like, 18 months or so, seems to become way more popular, especially in Europe, and now seems to be becoming more popular stateside as well, especially in live casinos. So I doubt he's obviously playing much live 5-card, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's already got that solved.
Yeah.
For the most part, at least.
Or put in a lot of work and gotten good at solved. Let's give some respect to the state space of poker games.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
we already opened up that can of worms in Madrid, didn't we?
Yeah, like these games are very large, and the solution is, I mean, it's not even, you know, you can have your computer just like run spots forever and won't solve the entire space. So you can solve specific problems, much less like memorize it all yourself.
Yeah. Big fan of these nuanced spots, by the way. Button V, big blind, same hand, ace-10 for Adamo. The pre-flop aggressor. Note Adamo with the ace of clubs in hand.
I'm going to go ahead and say, beyond, I don't think Johan wins this pot very often other than chopping. He's out of position. Adamo has the betting lead. Even if Adamo checks back here, I doubt Guibert bluffs the river. I mean, we'll see. Oh, well, now we don't get to see who wins the pot when neither has anything.
Well, this is going to be exciting to watch, at least from an entertainment point of view. Obviously anticlimactic, as they will be chopping this pot.
Between the two of them, I would say Adamo has the earned reputation as the more aggressive player. So between all of those factors, but now we just get to see how much they actually put in, which is another question I don't find to be quite as interesting, but so I guess Guibert's going to check raise here. Wonder what Adamo's going to bet. I mean, I guess there's an amount that if Adamo bets big enough, Guibert doesn't check raise. I think we have to be talking at least like 60, 1.5x. Wonder what size Adamo's going to come with.
120.
Wow, 3x. Yeah, so I don't think Guibert check raises the 3x. I also don't think he's going to fold. I mean,
oh my god, I have a really bad feeling, but
Adjusting the seating position, it even stops the massage. Right, due to the 3x pot bet from Adamo. Shades off. Visibly uncomfortable. This is what Adamo does to people in these high rollers.
I mean, the most likely hand Adamo has here that beats you is pocket jacks. I think queens, kings, or deuces full hands all most likely bet the turn. I'm not saying 100% right, but they were deep enough that you want to keep building the pot. Oh my goodness, he laid down ace-10. It's a pretty crazy fold.
Strong.
I think, given the fact that Adamo's like most likely hand that beats you's jacks, and there's only 3 combos of that, he can have ace-10 a bunch. Does he have 10-9? Like maybe not. But like bluffs, I don't know. I think I call ace-10 there. I mean, like you're literally like never calling if you fold ace-10. I mean, because he never has jacks, queens, or kings, so you basically need to have deuces full. And I don't know.
Well, Brian, I want to take you back to 2 minutes ago on the flop, where you alluded to the fact that Adamo was most likely going to win that pot and somehow found a way to get Johan to fold the Broadway straight on the river. Still incredibly deep here. day one of this 50K 6 max.
I mean, the sick thing, in a sense, about Adamo's bet, like, so this is another one of those things where, listen, I'm not going to say that his 3x bet size is, like, theoretically incorrect or something. In fact, I'm sure Adamo has a much deeper understanding of that than me.
I'm kind of confident with my fold.
I don't really have the 3x in my game. I haven't gone that deep into the streets. That said, let me just say that in that spot against Guibert, if he's folding ace-10, and you're value betting ace-10 for 3x, it's actually, exploitively at least, it's a mistake. Because he's essentially, I mean, Guibert, I guess, is never calling you with worse.
So he's only calling with boats. Yeah.
Even though it's very unlikely he has one, but you're essentially bluffing with a value hand now, right? So it's very, this is, again, just like another instance of, it's kind of like that previous hand where we saw like the 10-8 versus the 10-9, and it's some hand where, in that particular instance, like, an unconventional play that ends up being genius. Like here, maybe this is like the best bet size with his hand, you know? I don't want to say Adamo's wrong, but clearly in this situation, maybe making, let's just assume it's the best bet size, maybe making it actually ends up being a mistake as played in this situation versus this opponent, given the reaction, right? Which is one of the beautiful things about poker, which is like, I'm not saying, like, listen, GTO, if you're able to play GTO, which nobody can do perfectly, you can't be beat from an EV standpoint. That said, everybody, even very good players, play like so far off GTO that if exploiting them is basically always worth more if you're able to do it. And this hand was almost like a perfect little like mini example of that.
I really want to run that spot.
Yeah, you have to put in huge sizings in order to check it.
Yeah, it's one of those spots that definitely going to look at when I get back to the hotel room.
Relaxing.
I'm waiting for the first hand I'm going to win. But
there haven't been many hands that I've checked in recent memory where I've gone home and looked at a spot that, you know, Vadziakowski's played or Adamo's played, and I've been left dumbfounded. Or shocked. They're pretty solid.
Yeah.
Pretty on point.
It's coming.
3x pie.
I would guess one of the thoughts behind it, trying to reverse engineer it, is that he's really hoping to get called by trip deuces. And trip deuces figure they're like blocking boats quite a bit. But
we got Yo Viral in the chat saying, yeah, not such a good play against me. Yeah, I'm a nit. Image building, Johan. Image building. I guess if to kind of reverse engineer Johan's perspective from a value point of view, if he thinks that the only value hands from a bare minimum are ace-10 and well, ace-10 plus, then leaning more towards fold makes sense.
yeah, but I mean, Adamo is definitely a person who has, you know, like, I think we've all seen him bluff in these spots on stream as well, you know? So I like, he's relatively balanced in those spots. I don't think you can just count value, but yeah.
Eric winning a sizable one, up to 2 starting stacks now. Loving that new Triton merch, by the way. I mean, Managed to pick up a cap and t-shirt myself.
I know how this goes. We've been there and done that before.
You know, interestingly, Brian, what I'm looking at,
Out of hand this time. I could have given you
almost
45
every
minutes.
ace-10 combo with a club is like betting 150% on the king of clubs turn, which is kind of what I felt like he would come with,
appreciate that.
button versus big.
Yeah, he checked back, right?
He did.
Huh?
Did
He has that
indeed.
mostly. Just assume that.
I have
So
10
ace 10
balls
off
in
with
the
the ace of clubs is 150xing.
You need to believe
Yeah.
these guys most of the time.
1/3 on the queen deuce deuce.
Yeah, I guess the king is a lot better for you.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, because your opponent has very little king X and you have a bunch more.
Did I give you- Did I give you the ante already?
And so it's trying to get queen X to fold. Yeah.
Is it?
So as played, what does it say on the river?
1.5x pot from Adamo.
Yeah, I mean the program's probably that's the biggest size.
That's
right?
the biggest size, yeah. And then for the most part, starting off the hand 100 effective. I know there was 70, but yeah. I mean, it's difficult to say because obviously this is only betting 1.5x pot on the river, and Johann's response is raise pure.
So I can't imagine you're folding to a 3x for what it's worth if
For
it's
sure.
check raising 1.5. Yeah, I don't think folding ace 10 is the right play personally. You know, Johann can give his reasoning and God bless, but I doubt I agree with it. I don't think there's anything he could say that would make me agree. But you know, whatever. He's playing and I'm in the commentator booth, so what do I know?
There we go. That's mere
But
mortals.
yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that ace 10 is check raising 1.5. You know, like. I mean, at 3x is a lot bigger than 1.5.
For sure, yeah.
But
I mean,
going
that's
from
the main
check raising
difference.
1.5 to folding versus 3x is like,
Yeah. Eric knuckling top 2 for a second time after Johann bumped up the ace 6-0 from the hijack. He's now reaching for chips.
Elton. What's up, buddy?
I'm potentially going to be in a really difficult spot here on this two-tone board, Brian. You know, a lot of gut shots out there.
One shouldn't be a hard
2 flush draws.
oh, I have a feeling
Ace-6.
War is going to raise this when it gets to him. Yeah.
One would assume.
Yeah, with just top 2 and all these draws, double flush draw. I also just, I mean, I think I would probably raise here too, but having watched Eric War play, like that other hand where he just, okay, I'm done, ace 10, we're all in here. I just think also his style, oh wow, even better.
Wow.
Now he just shoves probably, right?
The delayed c-bet from Johann.
Well, I mean,
brings the check raise from Adamo on the turn, pair and gut shot to boot. And you're sat there in the big with top 2.
oh yeah, he's going all in. You know, the cool part about this hand is this is not interesting. War's going all in and everyone's going to fold.
Fold.
If War wasn't there, then we get to see what happens with Adamo versus Guibert. Is like, how is Adamo going to play this? Does Guibert call? If so, is Adamo bluffing and what rivers? That's like a super interesting spot. But as it is, Ward just, with by far and away the best hand, got to see his opponents just shoveling chips into the pot, which is always fun. Like, isn't it fun when you're in
for
War
sure.
spot with just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
second set and you just check again and all of a sudden it's like bet, check, raise. You're like, great. I have almost the nuts at this point.
Yeah, you've knuckled it twice, and suddenly chips start go flying in. And with that pot, Eric moving up into the top 10 in chip counts. I mean, increasing his stack by 25%. Uncontested. I say uncontested, well, without seeing a river at least. Up to over 100 bigs.
I'll tell you what, this reminds me. So I got third in the 10K short deck. I can say a hand that almost this exact thing happened. So there's a hand, it was limped. I was on the button in short deck, right? It's the big blind button.
Yeah.
The flop was like low pair, which is the best for me. It was like 7, 7, 10 or something like that, right? And I had like ace 9 or like ace jack. Maybe I had ace jack and like didn't raise the button. It was like ace jack off. It gets checked to me, standard. I didn't c-bet the flop, which I'm going to do it a lot. I just didn't want to do it with my hand. The turn was an ace. I think there's one flush draw. Check to me again. I bet. I think this is at the final table. I bet, and Ben Lamb in first position check raises me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell Ben has. I didn't believe him. I was definitely gonna call.
So 10, 7, 7.
Yeah. Maybe it was like 4 or 5 handed. And then Chidwick, who's in the cutoff, raises. He had checked twice, including to me on the turn, with only me left. And I checked back the flop.
Yeah.
And Chidwick raises. It's like he actually probably had like quad 7s or like 7s full, right? I mean, it's the kind of hand that makes sense.
It's a turn card that you're going to check a lot of the time as well.
Again,
which
right?
Is the
Like
crazy
it's the
thing.
ace. I'm going to bet that a lot. I happen to have like ace jack, like almost basically like the best hand I can have almost at that point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was definitely not folding to Ben, but like after Chidwick puts in the re-raise, I'm just like, okay. Well, I mean, I'm just going to go. And then Ben folds as well. He's like, I have nothing. But it's a very similar hand, right? Where a guy checked twice, basically, and then the second position, the in position delay c-bets and crazy action ensues.
Well, maybe not crazy action. An action turn card for Ike as he turns the nut straight with the second nut flush draw. Redraw. I turned a royal last night. Royal flush.
Oh, you did?
Hadn't had a live royal in forever. Don't think I've ever had one.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Assuming you won that pot.
I managed to take that one down. That was one of the few hands.
How many bullets today, Adamo?
Just one, cheap. Yeah, so far. I could do another few soon. What about you?
Second bullet. I entered late.
Yeah.
I only
Too bad.
lasted 1 level, my first bullet.
32.
I measured you yesterday.
Ike made a joke like 30 minutes ago about how Nagy always folds when he has the nuts, and this hand is
anything less than
likely to fall into that category. Although
I think the most
Nagy
I've done
is
in a live tournament is 5.
not
Yes, online I did 12
about
one
to.
time.
Oh yeah,
Looks like he's
the way you play usually.
gonna play.
Yeah. It's not that hard.
No,
It's,
not.
Maybe it feels like Ike's just been getting the better of him in these spots. Does eventually let it go.
I try to start
Thrilled.
later now, so I don't buy in like 5 bullets.
To hear that Ike had it.
Sometimes starting later though, because you're short, you get it in easier. You know, if you start from the start, you can build up a big stack.
I didn't say anything though, right?
Invested too.
Didn't.
Busting
Yeah,
that
he's
first
only gonna
bullet
find
is
out
so
if he
much
checks
easier when
the-
you bought it in level 8.
Yeah.
Checks the app.
Yeah, I think Aggie's here with a big team. Flew over from the States, obviously Ebony Kenny, one of his teammates, if you will, especially in the Coin Rivet 200K. So he is down as the businessman
So be careful looking at your hand.
that event. Ebony
Be
Kenny
careful looking at your
is
hand.
chosen pro.
So I can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't see it there, but I sort of noticed the cards peeling up and had to turn away.
I was still frustrated about the last time. Generally,
Understood.
appreciate it.
17.5.
Anything other than poker this trip?
Huh?
So have you done anything else other than poker this trip? Like you went down to the beach or into town or something?
Actually, today I went down this morning, like, oh gosh, 5 this
Elton
morning.
coming with the
I
3.5x.
got up early. I went to
King
the
6
night
off.
last night.
Or about 40 blinds
Take
deep.
the day off and got up early. Went
Curious.
5 o'clock in the morning, went down to the beach, watched the sunrise, and it was pretty good. And I didn't know it, but the casino closes. It closes at 6 in the morning. So I had a $5,000 chip. I said, well, you know, I'll go to the casino and goof around a little bit because it's early, nobody's up, everything's, you know, nothing. I put 5,000.
Yeah, this hand looks like a solid mix. At 40 blinds.
And it's all in Turkish
Actually,
lira.
slightly does
So I
prefer
don't even know what I'm
opening
betting.
to
I don't even know what I'm
3.5x.
winning.
Or
It's like I don't know what the conversion.
my solution has 3.3.
And I mean, obviously, I started.
This is a curious flop here,
Doing wonderful things.
where Elton
And,
has that king of
then it comes
spades and
tapping
not
on the
much,
shoulder. It
but
says,
betting initiative,
"We're
and
closing in 3
Ike
minutes. You
has
have to go."
bottom pair.
What?
This is the type of hand that
So I-
Yeah, it's not supposed to close.
usually
I couldn't figure
doesn't,
out.
but
I didn't know how
occasionally
much-
develops
I knew
into
I'd
something
won,
quite
but I didn't
interesting.
know, like, I won $56,000.
Maybe not going to
I was like, I think
develop
it's
into
20 to 1
anything
with
now.
the there or something.
No, it still might. Like, Ike does have the type of hand that actually,
The 5,000 was.
I mean,
guess it
like,
was
could actually
a million,
turn
like
into a bluff, sort of.
$1 million something.
Like,
$1 million
it
some
ends
change,
up on this
somewhere
turn
around
card
there.
becoming one of the
And
weaker
it's
hands he has. I mean,
like
blind
actually
versus
for
blind, he
like,
does have spade
I
draws,
don't know, 13 million,
but
something like that.
bottom pair, he's
It was
blocking
good.
like
So
ace, jack,
this
king,
is actually
jack,
like
jack,
a total
queen.
free roll for me today.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm playing. I was going to take today off, but I slept last night, and then I figured if you're going to start the
Zhang
day
coming
like
with the
that,
double barrel.
why not?
Wow.
Hefty one at that.
Yeah.
Here I am.
Free rolling life, brother.
Half
tell
pot
you.
flop.
I do feel like I'm free rolling in life. I've been so fortunate.
60% on the turn.
It's an interesting combination for this turn play. Ike doesn't seem altogether done with this hand. Again, like I said, a combo he would be considering making moves to try to win this pot with, in my opinion. Especially the 9 of clubs being a pretty relevant card, blocking pairs and flush draws,
What a big flip
along
it
with the
is
jack.
to
But
be born in, like,
again,
the
facing a
US, the
over
UK,
half-size pot
or
bet,
some third world country.
stack's not that deep.
Before you're ever born,
You know, what do you do?
There's a lot of privilege and luck.
Right.
If you continue, do you call? Do you shove?
Why don't we appreciate it more? It's because a lot of people have never even seen those places, right?
It's relative, because I guess all the people you know are from the
Yeah,
place
and
where
he
you're
ends up
from.
thinking
You don't
it's too
really
much, which I don't blame
think
him.
about it. Also,
One of the
being human is
effective
probably
things
pretty up
about
there.
Elton's
Yeah,
bet,
could've
even
been
though
a-
it's an
For
interesting
sure.
combo to do it with.
Exactly, right?
Could have been a cockroach.
I hope you meant it.
Like, the reason why I say it's interesting is I don't know how many ace-X he really gets Ike to fold, right? Like, it's a weird combo
We don't know
to
what it's like.
bet that large, because
I
I mean, his hand has plenty of showdown, and I don't think you really get better hands to fold. And he can definitely have tons more kind of like draw, semi-bluff type hands where you're like actually bluffing.
Like my hand back.
I mean, the king of spades is a nice blocker, but maybe they're almost too shallow for that to be like the most relevant
That's
feature of the hand.
what it felt like. It was too shallow to
Yeah, probably.
What you don't have.
to pull the trigger there.
It's the first step to really appreciating life.
I'm with you, mate.
Yeah, at this table, far and away, Ike is the player that I've played the most with. I mean, I was played online occasionally with Ike, like as far back probably as like 14 or 15 years ago. Played no limit some and tournaments with Ike after that, and then Ike plays some mix as well. So I played with Ike in Bobby's room and some of those games. I will say he is one of the most like emotionally like level players. Literally, like, never really seen him like get upset or tilt.
I've done commentary a few times with Ike. Had the pleasure of sharing a few conversations. Always a pleasure to have him at our feature tables, and I know a lot of fans out there, viewers at home, also big Ike Caxton lovers.
Nagy's just, oh no, he 4-bets. And this one's going to get through. I don't see Elton continue with king 10 off. It's definitely one of the weakest hands. I think he 3-bets in that spot.
Bluff on me?
I would know. I have a good hand.
Me too.
Oh my god.
One time.
One time? No 2 times?
No, never doing that again. That was scary.
Oh my god.
Oh, I made for good TV though.
I had 2 overs.
Me too.
I could have beat you
Mine was
both.
prettier than yours, I'll bet.
Maybe prettier, but maybe not as good.
I don't think it was. Queen Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, prettier. But
Pretty,
not as
pretty though, right?
pretty, yeah.
I have to call you.
But not as good.
See what happens.
My hand was bigger.
Yeah. But not a lot.
So I actually did that with the best hand.
Huh?
I actually did that with the best hand.
You certainly have the best hand.
I'm a beast.
You are indeed,
Got it
Nagy.
good.
I licked the frog earlier.
Got it in
It
good.
works.
Absolute monster.
I mean, you.
Oh dear God, this again.
Just couldn't hold
Deja
hold
vu.
on to
One
Isaac's-
time.
I haven't even been looking at my cards. I just want to make you guys do
No,
that.
no, take it.
It's just such a nice
Good
opportunity.
hands.
Huh? Look at that.
Owned. Hashtag owned.
Cold 4-bet from the small blind with 8s.
Very strong.
You know, I'm gonna guarantee you. I'm gonna guarantee you that some of my best friends are gonna say, "What the hell were you thinking, Phil?"
It gets down there, it's tough. You got it, nice. You got the technique.
Wait, what's that? Oh, that's the ante.
Yeah, it's warm up.
Have a new chip leader on the outer tables. The 30k bubble boy, Peter Ayerts, up to over 200 big blinds. I believe he's the first player to cross the million chip mark. 55 left, 91 entries so far. As we head towards the end of this 2.5k, 5k, 5k level.
Yeah, I just looked up that 8th spot. At 40 blinds, 9s is a shove and 8s is a fold, and at 50 blinds, 9s raises or folds mixed. 8s is a fold either way, but when you know your opponents are messing around,
Strong.
it's okay to add a hand or two.
Always feels a bit dicey with, you know, pocket pairs in that spot. But
I do think, you know, if you're assuming that Elton is 3-betting at a higher frequency there, which I think was a reasonable assumption, maybe that he would be 3-betting Eric War a little bit lighter than normal in that spot. We've seen players come after Eric a little. Then I think actually 4-betting the 8s is probably fine. So I don't know, Phil. I like the play, man. Nice play. Don't listen to what your friends say. even if maybe it's didn't hit quite the cutoff on the GTO chart. I think it was a good assumption that those guys were messing around more than normal. Elton might just knuckle this one back. Has a hand which figures to be best quite a bit, but can get bluffed. And there isn't really many cards that can come that if he doesn't have the best hand, probably, or that like there's not a lot of draws on that board. Is what I'm trying to say.
Hurry.
Just a flush draw. But
Joking. I didn't want anything bad to happen to you.
Eric been drilling it out of the big. See if he can eke some value out of Tang's top pair. 35k in the middle. Comes with just north of half.
I think at this point, especially versus the big blind, Elton's gonna, and an over half pot sizing, right? We're getting closer to 2/3 here. Probably gonna assume that he's mostly just bluff catching here with ace-8.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So he might be able to find a fold because of that. But definitely can't blame him for calling. Because Eric could easily be bluffing here.
I wonder if it's because we were all cold, now we're warm. And that's
I mean, the pocket's checked down to the river.
Or we never sleep.
Yeah, Eric could be taking a stab.
Confluence of factors. Warm, we just ate dinner.
I don't know, some of the bluffs that come to mind. Yeah, like, wow. Look at this. Adamo.
Going for it.
Close to night time.
Couple of ill-timed bluffs against Eric. Earlier with the 4-3 on the ace-7 deuce 4 board.
So I think Adamo pretty correctly, my guess is he has a very good idea what Elton has. Probably a pair of aces is most likely holding, and thinks Elton isn't likely to call and wants to get this through Eric, hoping primarily that Eric's bluffing, but even if he isn't, that maybe he'll fold 2 pair. But we can see Eric has the straight, so.
All right.
Eric coming back over the top, 70k extra going his way.
Interesting play by Eric there with the re-raise.
Oh, he could have bluffed me away.
I feel like he's the only player with 6-5, right? Has all of the offsuit combos. I don't think Adamo will have many.
Yeah,
I know
true.
You guys have been asking us, been talking about the outer tables. Jason Kuhn, top of the chip counts, out in the field, and you can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app, which is now live for all Apple and Android devices. It's one of the most sophisticated apps ever produced to follow poker tournaments, whether you're a high-stakes player sitting at the tables,
3-6.
or an armchair fan at home following along with the action. Every hand, every tournament played at the Triton Series is now logged. I mean, you can follow absolutely everything that takes place here, not only at the feature tables, but on the outer tables as well. It's a game changer, to say the least. The fact that you can track every player's chip stack throughout the entire event. The peaks and the troughs of high-stakes tournament play. I too find myself during the day when I'm not in the booth, just firing up the app.
Eric with a very small 3-bet here, and happens to have aces, and nevertheless doesn't get a call from King 9.
I do something stupid. Come on, get in. Said I had to fold fast before I did something stupid.
Get in there, get in there.
my big blind, yeah. I'm big blind, yeah.
Couple of people
Once again.
showering Adamo for 2 failed bluffs. Which I find interesting because whenever he wins a pot,
Alright.
they say the opposite.
20.
Okay, 20.
That was the king 3 check raise you just had. What was the other one?
King 3 and the 4-3 on the ace,
Oh, the
7,
4-3,
deuce,
yeah.
4. Hey, look, bluffing is a part of a good aggressive strategy, and it's why it makes Adamo one of the toughest players in the world to play against, because he finds these bluffs. And hey, let's be honest, if
Call.
you didn't run into it a decent amount of the time,
Yeah. Oh
you
my
wouldn't be
god.
bluffing enough.
Such a bad call. I snap called it too.
Blind v blind, first all in
After you make it 20, it's hard to let it go.
of
After you've already got
our
20 in
coverage so far,
there, hard to do anything else.
this 50k.
Yeah. I snap called.
Elton in rough shape,
thought you
25 effective.
I might have, but they didn't give me a chance. They just gave me king queen.
Well, queen in the kitchen. Gut shot for Elton. This increases outs.
Oh,
Okay,
Doesn't change anything.
same thing though.
doesn't help, yeah.
Jack and a jack only to get him out of dodge. No dice.
And you got
Yeah.
covered?
Sang
Yeah.
our first victim of this 50k.
A couple rounds.
Haxton claims a scalp up to 70 bigs.
Yeah, I agree with Elton's post-flop, post-decision assessment there. I think king 10 off probably a little too wide at 25 blinds to raise call when you open. It's probably just a little too deep. I think the cutoff is king jack. King jack off's probably the indifferent hand there. But rebuy period's still open.
It is indeed.
So I have a feeling we probably see Elton right back in there. Just
Hasn't come here to watch from the sidelines, has he, Brian? Doesn't strike me as the type.
build up a chip stack, like, let's go.
Does not strike me as the type to be. Look, I mean, those couches on the rail, comfortable, for sure. But not really comfortable enough for someone like Elton. I think he's more comfortable sat at the table.
Yeah, I know Elton's strength is deep stack, no limit. He's a good deep stack, no limit cash player. That's really what he's bread and butter has been. I played with Elton, 12 years ago or whatever in Macau.
Really?
Yeah, and Elton's played very large games just since then. So he's
Mike, how much you playing now?
he's also like deep into crypto stuff. He like has a fund,
Yeah.
so whatever. Like he's
74.
it's not like he's like just a full-time poker player. So he's playing these tournaments now at Triton, but I don't think like the intricacies of like 10 versus 20 versus 25 versus 30 big blinds. It's not like his super wheelhouse, but he's a very good like deep stack no limit cash player. That is more his wheelhouse. So I think you'll find probably Elton's best time is like the larger tournaments where you get a lot more chips and you're deeper, or like the beginning of these tournaments when it's like 200, 100 big blinds or whatever.
I remember when I first discovered Triton. He was one of the main faces in those big nosebleed cash games, and seems to be someone that, at least from an outside perspective, is very in tune with his intuition, especially in those cash games, and especially in short deck cash games as well. Seems to be very dialed in. Adamo.
Yeah, Elton's won a lot of money in poker. So.
Always have aces.
Chop, chop.
Quite likely.
So Adamo all in at risk.
See, these hands will chop 20% of the time. But that 8 makes a chop pretty unlikely.
Ace and any of the pairs too. That'll
You guys
do it.
back in.
Okay.
Wasn't I saying you run pretty good earlier?
Back-to-back scouts, Brian, for Ike Haxton.
I've never objected to that characterization.
Knocking out both Elton Sang and
Good player
Michael
and run
Adamo.
good? That's
Adamo,
just
another
not fair.
person who's probably going to be right back in there with a rebuy.
Seat open 10.
Seats.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So if we play three-handed, do
I
you
would
lower
guess
the rake?
We play
Probably
3?
not. Are we
Nagy
doing a
just
hand three-handed or no?
asking the floor if, seeing as they're playing three-handed, hey, any rake reduction
Our
on
turn.
three-handed play?
What happens with the blind here? The big blind just busted.
Yeah, so it's one big, I think.
Wait, he's supposed to come into the worst position, yeah? So the big blind just busted, so he's going to be here in one big blind? Is that right? Yeah.
Keep them honest, bro.
And you should get your money back.
Looking out for me. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Arthur.
The boss.
$13,500.
Wait, 13,500.
Jason Kuhn has regained the chip lead, the outer tables.
And Peter Ertz from Belgium, who was the bubble boy in the 30K, second in chips.
13,500. May I have the 5? And the other one. The 5K.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, there one. Thank you.
Arthur bringing a healthy stack to this feature table with 460K. Haxton with the best of it pre. Still has the best of it on this King 10. Nagy
Yeah.
seems to want to roll the dice with Ike, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does. Did get that feeling from that last pot they played with the pocket threes. On Queen 10-7, Jack, or
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
he's been rolling the dice for sure. In position.
yeah, I mean 8-7 suited's a pretty good hand. I wouldn't call that really digging too deep, but let's see here post flop if he gets jiggy with no pair and no draw.
23.
This would be really digging deep to continue here with 8-7 of spades. So yeah, pass.
Still batting 1,000.
Post flop, I folded to a 3-bet.
Huh?
Post flop, I folded to a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Post flop, yeah, I guess I am.
Nagy gonna snipe him eventually. Feels like.
Nine.
Modern day cooler. Top pair v middle pair. Blind v blind.
Yeah.
As cold as the deck can get. In 2022, Artur the out position player on the Queen 4 trade deuce board.
Still very likely to have the best hand on the offsuit deuce turn card, but needs to decide how to play it, and is just going to keep betting for value. Definitely don't blame him. Now War in a tougher position than the flop. Flop is auto continue. This is a spot you can make arguments for continuing or not. Oh, interesting. And he's going to...
Eric's been just putting people in the bin.
Yeah. I think he decides his hand is just weak enough to not really want to call. Now, the curious part here is, you know, when he's called, he has to assume his hand isn't good. It's very unlikely at this point that the 4 is best, unless somehow his opponent has a hand like a deuce or a 3 with diamonds, or maybe nut diamonds. There are some hands he's beating if he checks back. The flip side is he could also decide, hey, my opponent has a hand like just a pair of queens. Maybe I can bluff him off that. So he is blocking some diamond draws with the 7.
Wow. Eric
going
just realizing that his 4 is no good.
This is an interesting bet size. So the flip side is that it's very unlikely Queen 9 is good here, even versus this bet size after the turn raise and river bet. Basically, Marta Roseanne is bluff catching. That said, he's getting a reasonable price to call. not quite 3-1, but much better than 2-1. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5, little better than 2.5 to 1. So he only has to be right here about 30% of the time or more on a call for it to be profitable. So he has to ask himself, is Eric bluffing at least 30% of the time? It's a pretty tough spot, actually.
Must be taking a hand like 3-6, 3-5.
For a second.
$10-5, Jack-5 of diamonds, those types of holdings.
I would say the 9 of hearts is a above average card to have, in the sense of, you know, it's not like a 5, a 6, or a diamond. I mean, if you're going to have a hand a queen that becomes a pure bluff catcher.
4.
Artur does eventually make the call, and out of nowhere, Brian, like a 70 big blind pot being played in what started off as a limp from the small, check from the big blind.
It's one of the dangers there of betting as small as Eric did on the river, is that
Kind of shenanigans going on here. As soon as Johan comes back, we get
you are giving your opponent a better price. While you're getting a better price in your bluff, your opponent's giving a better price to call. Like, does Marta Roseanne fold for something closer to pot? Like, probably a little more likely. Then again, you know, when you get called, you're losing more chips. It's an interesting question, but very interesting pot. And even though it didn't work out, cheers to Eric for the valiant bluff attempt.
Tried getting it done with the raise on the turn barrel on the river. Have a new chip leader.
Right.
Vladi
I had 6-2 there. That
Yeah. So I had an ace. So yeah,
didn't
that's
even
the
want
hand
another
I
small
want.
versus big against me as well.
Something else?
No, I want
just
this.
this. I want just this. That was my 2 hour. You have starting stack, yeah? I have a starting stack actually, yes. Yeah, 1 blind more. 13? 13. Arthur, you and me again.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to speak over the players. Vladi is the new chip leader, winning a huge flip against Limitless. Victor Milanovsky, his ace-king, getting there against the jacks of Limitless, up to 1.5 million in chips.
Oh man, let's watch his table.
Let's go.
This is the guy I was telling you, the King 5 offsuit just called.
Just going for it, eh?
Yeah, if watching his table, we're guaranteed to get fun poker hands, like no doubt. Let's move him to the feature table. It's like this guy's here to fire. Vladi. I mean, no joke, he could be, in 30 minutes, he could be out of the tournament or up to 3 million. I mean, you just don't know.
One of those, eh?
Yeah.
Sounds like me. Either getting an early night or somehow lasted until 9 a.m. in the morning.
Guys, we don't need a day 2. Somebody won in day 1. It's never happened before, but Vladi got it done.
Have a pot developing here between Artur and Johan. And
oh
well,
my goodness.
Okay. Double up for Gilbert incoming. Well, I mean, it depends. If he comes with the small blockerish sizing on this 7 of diamonds river, maybe Artur
maybe just
comes with the value jam.
Yeah, probably does.
1.5x pot.
What happened on the flop?
Oh, he is. He's going for it all. What an absolute boss.
The turn, Johan bet and Martirosen called, right? But what happened on the flop?
I believe
I don't think I can fold this, but
it went check, check.
I will think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think you can fold this after hitting the 7. I agree. It's kind of what a cooler river card.
And Johan coming back to the feature table with a starting stack. Pretty much doubles.
Like 4-4, or you know what I mean? It's not a good sign when you say that, right? For me.
My apologies, do stand corrected. So
We have a lot of
6K lead
losing one pot.
from Johan.
Oh, so he let out.
He looks super happy about it.
No, he's
Let
not.
out
It
on
just
9-8-3.
happened. But after all, yesterday he bossed me 30 left. With I have top pair and we split with most of the top pair.
That's more than you need.
That's 6-6. Oh, sorry. So I'm the big blind or no?
You were just a big blind, right?
I was the big blind, so now I'm small blind. Okay, sorry. Because I see that, I
Yeah.
realize it's the end here.
I mean, I think if the flop goes check, check, and then it's just bet, turn, jam, river, I don't think you can fold. I actually think after leading the flop,
Last time in this TV table,
you could consider folding the river, although I probably wouldn't. Because definitely could the jack 10 or the 10-6 could be in there. Or the, I guess the 6-5 also. 6-5 is a double gutter, right? The 4 or the 7. So the jack 10 or the 6-5 or 9, just 9's up. 9-8 or like the 9-2 suited or whatever.
Ace King is really good against 8-9.
Archer's 5, me 1.
So
I love Johan, man.
Yeah, for the king. And it was 100k buy-in. It was 2 million for surprise. He won it. Congratulations. Check.
Thank you.
He says that Arthur was 5 up on him lifetime, so he doesn't mind putting the beat on him. 5-1 apparently. Johan's keeping track.
wow, that's pretty strong. He remembers it's 5-0 in big pots.
Yeah, apparently. Trying to think if there's anyone that I'm keeping track against.
There is literally nobody that I know the numbers against like that.
Nah.
Yeah. I feel like that's wasted brain space.
For sure. I feel like there are definitely like cash game sessions where I will just feel that someone is getting the best of me and it will potentially let it bother me, especially if it's like a perceived reg.
Yeah.
But other than that, I couldn't agree more. It does certainly feel like wasted brain real estate.
That's good. Right. 45, 8, 50.
Does seem like I can get why though maybe he does it because like he's a big streamer and just like tracking stuff like that's probably stuff that makes like entertaining content for the stream.
Oh, he's very entertaining. I love having Johan at the table, always talking and keeping it. I mean, makes our lives a lot easier for sure. It's just hit the mute button for the most part. So we're playing 12 levels here today. The players are going to get an early night, as are we. 50k 6 max. Bringing you day 1 coverage from the Merit Royal Diamond. Crowned our second champion earlier on today. Then 86, getting it done in the 30k 6 max. Ali and Randy covered $808,000. Covering the rest of this trip's expenses, one would assume. That's a good, I mean, that's a strong start to a series. Just get to free roll. The next 700K's worth of buy-ins, the main events, the 200K.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to jump out and bag one down like that and know that you're free rolling the series.
Good. There was some big pot for you.
All right, here we go. Some playable hands.
I busted Elton and Michael each for less than a starting
Oh, you
stack.
busted both.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Nagy going with 3-bet.
Neither
but
one very
March.
interesting.
Oh no,
King
sorry,
queen
that's a
against king 10
call.
for like 20 bigs.
It's okay, I thought he was coming with the 3
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
those
from
are
the small.
those are the purple chips. That's
Yeah.
why. Though they weren't white.
But I'll take it.
Yeah.
The chips
Mark,
count
I
just
think
the
we're
same.
gonna hear from Mark
It's not very
DeRozan here.
76.
And pretty unlikely. I mean, Eric War has shown a propensity to stand up to 3-bets in spots where, you know, it's more likely that he's getting squeezed. But and it made a pretty cool 4-bet the other day in one of those spots actually with like King 6 suited yesterday.
Oh, wonderful
But
word.
today correctly folds.
Appreciate your choice of. I just appreciate you, Brian. Propensity. What a beautiful word. Your
Thank you, sir.
chosen vernacular, I should say.
That hurt a little piece of my soul. Oh,
I like this song.
Huh?
I like this song.
Yeah. It's relaxing. It's nice.
Johan with a little out of line open from the hijack. Artur going to come along for the ride from the small. Eric in the big, getting a great price on a call, 6-1. Let's see a flop, 3 ways.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Eric in trouble on the 10-5 tray. As not only has Artur flop top pair, he also has Eric's kicker. Should they both turn 2 pair, could be showers for Eric.
Another top pair versus middle pair battle between these same 2 gentlemen.
Already a sizable pot. 70,000 in the middle.
And the ace, not a card super likely to help either one. I mean, really the only hands would be like ace 4 or ace deuce, and even then, maybe only if they're clubs. That said, it does complete the flush, and both players have a spade in their hand. Although I would say versus bet here, I think Eric's hand, to me, is a little too weak to continue, even with the 5 of spades. Yeah, I like this fold. It's just, what are you beating? I mean, you really got to dig down and just like, okay, my opponent has like queen jack off with like the jack of spades bet. He's now betting a 3rd spade. I mean, you can come up with some hands, but
I think we
it's not really that many realistically, and you have about the weakest hand you could have. So
Most
nice
likely,
fold.
right?
Almost definitely.
Cheap price 500.
Yes.
I can buy.
I don't want to sell them to you.
What?
After the blinds go up, we'll be going on break into this level. Already lost half the field and knocking on the door of another 100 entry high roller here. Event number 3. 98 players currently.
99.
99.
Number just keeps flying upwards. Johan with the top pair in the big blind. Pretty strong holding. Definitely not going anywhere at the moment. Besides just a call. Seems like a prudent option. Now we kind of get to see, will Marta Roseanne keep bluffing? Because short of a 5, it's going to be hard for him to actually win this pot. And this is a card that might get him to keep bluffing.
Late registration.
I think it's going to take 3 barrels,
42
though.
minutes.
Huh?
No,
I mean,
more level.
unless he goes
Oh, okay.
huge
I thought
here,
it was
but
last
yeah, it's not. Doesn't look like he's going huge. It's going 80% pot. Looks like
Looking good for him.
45K ish.
Red goes through 10, yeah?
Yeah,
Through 10.
it's going 80% pot, and I think that's a size that Queen Jack
99. Red balloon.
maybe alarms Queen Jack a little
by.
bit, but I don't think Queen Jack is going anywhere, even without a club.
I just thought it was funny that was a German song.
So then we go to the river,
no.
probably. But let's see what Johan does.
Hadn't considered that aspect of it, actually.
Yeah, I would have been
It was odd.
surprised by a fold.
I also thought it was funny that it went from Windows 8 to Windows 10 because they don't like Windows 9. No, you don't have
Okay, now this is an interesting
Didn't
card.
notice that either.
Does Marta Roseanne bluff?
Pay attention to anything.
He has 8 high, which is 0% to win showdown, I'm going to say.
I guess.
There was
Unblocking clubs.
an iteration of Windows that had some.
Yeah,
sort of
which
in
is,
between, right?
Excellent.
I mean, on a
X-game
monotone
between-
flop, I'm not really sure whether it's good or bad. I mean,
9.
your opponent is
And
more
with
likely
an
to have a
iPhone, go
flush,
with the
but
13
also
and I
more
will
likely
buy
to
it.
have just the one
85?
club in their hand. Yeah, this seems like a good hand to
It's
to
they're on
3
iPhone
barrel.
13. Well,
Potential for it to go Artur 6, Johan 1.
Had not caught that either.
Yeah,
I know he
or
had
5-2,
one,
I mean,
relatively new phone.
I just
Marta
refuse to
Roseanne
buy the
didn't
iPhone
size up
13.
big here.
Bad juju.
Despite
I
that,
understand that.
top pair, 1 pair of queens is pretty much just bluff catching here, I think, with a jack kicker. Maybe.
Absolutely love this guy. Big fan.
I would say the hand configuration on his face now betrays a bit of anxiety. Doesn't look comfortable.
No, for sure, facing a triple barrel on this monotone board.
Well, I guess
7-5 completes.
Otherwise, you can send your players on a 50-minute break. Players are reminded we're going to do the chip race for the 500 value chips. And this is going to be the last.
I will say people
Come back, play 3 more levels.
borrowing your phraseology, love putting goat, gi, bear in the bin.
Last one for late registration.
So far, he's been folding quite a bit. So I don't think he's discouraging people from trying to bluff him.
Sorry, what did you say? I was Luca drowned out something about
people have been
trying to put him in the bin.
They have been, and so far he's done some folding. And if he has a chance here to change that, or he has a chance to keep it going.
Big fan of the tee that Artur's rocking. Muhammad Ali.
I mean, that
with the 1-2.
That 4-3 from Adamo, he check raised Guibert.
He did.
I believe there was another pot where Guibert got bluffed that's escaping me currently. So there's at least a couple from just today.
I mean, sometimes you just come to the feature table and
people go at you.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone has their day. I've been there before.
Oh, it was the ace-10, ace-10 hand.
Ace-10, ace-10 hand. That was a fun one.
I feel like this is a big moment for Johan. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. If he folds this, he's not going to cash. If he calls this, he's final tabling. This is it. I'm just staking his tournament on this decision.
He's final tabled it, Brian.
Guys.
Let's go.
He's going. Let's go, Johan.
Gets to show down the winner just before break. Does put on the cape, and Brian Gilbert up to just shy of 600k, good for 100 big blinds, but obviously we are going on break. And it's going to come back with 80 big blinds. But always feels good, you know, just before break to put on the cape, chip up. You've been there many times, I assume.
Yeah.
Where you just, you know, you go into break, just kind of, you know, bit of swag.
Yeah, we're chipping up, you know.
We're chipping up.
Just keeping it pushing.
Look, 100 entries now. During that hand, we had one more player enter the field. So coming back from break, we're going to have 50 players out there in the mix. I mean, these prize pools getting bigger event after event. It is your man, Vladdy, that we were speaking about before we jumped into the commentary booth, from Israel, leading the pack, 206 blinds. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason that we're only playing 12 levels today is because, as you predicted, Vladdy is the type of player that can win it in one day. He can win a 2-event tournament in one day. So Luca just making sure that that doesn't happen. But his bubble boy of the 30k, Peter in second, Brian Campos in third, Jason Kuhn in fourth, and Seth Davies in fifth, rounding out the top 5. Going to take a 15-minute break, but before we do, going to send you viewers at home down to Lulu Yang, who's going to have a word with one of our star players here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Tommy Kim, who is a Korean player for Triton, and Tommy has pretended in the last 2 Triton events in Madrid and Cyprus. This is his third Triton event. So Tommy, long time no see.
Long time no see.
Because I know Tommy for like over 12 years, since when we were like very young and playing in Macau for a 25-50 Hong Kong dollars cash game. And since 12 years ago, you're playing such small levels, and what happens in these 12 years, and how did you reach finally Triton event, the top of the world?
No, actually, I just play poker for my hobby in Macau, long time already, but I tried to tournament just a few years ago.
Yeah, only cash game before.
Yeah, but now I very interesting for the tournament play. So
did you win something, so you change your mind to start playing more tournaments?
In Korea, have many poker tournament now.
Yeah,
so
especially during the lockdown, right? COVID.
After COVID, so I just try
to play some tournaments.
Yeah, in Korea, and then I hit something in this year.
You won some big tournaments in Korea?
I've not win, but I earned some money from there.
Oh wow!
So,
still winning.
Yeah. So I will try to big tournament, and I want to play with a super famous poker players.
So Korean players is not good. Just want to challenge the world.
No. Actually, I like travel. You know that. So I'm not staying in Korea before. I just stay in Macau a long time already. So I want to travel with play poker tournament.
Do you prefer the tournaments or the cash game better now?
For enjoy, tournament is better, but cash game is so stressful. So
Yeah, it's always a big swing for
Yeah,
cash
yeah,
games,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So who's your favorite poker player now?
I don't have my favorite poker player, but I respect all Triton poker players because they're all superstars. So I respect all the players.
Because I saw you play the 25K, the 30K, and especially at the 30K event, you were sitting in between of Phil Ivey, Makita,
Yeah.
Adamo, all those big names of the world. How did you feel from the 30K event?
I was play Macau with any other big players.
Top players?
Yeah, top players. So I'm not very nervous, but in TV table, I'm so nervous sometimes.
So you don't like the feature table?
I hate TV table.
Okay, but in China, you know, everywhere is been filming, so everything you have to get used to it. And do you plan on playing like more Triton events in the future?
Yeah, actually, it's my holiday because the Macau is locked down now.
Okay.
So before open the Macau, I will keep try to Triton 3. And after that, I'm not sure yet. Because I need to back to work because I have family now.
I think once you play the Triton event, you get addicted to it. So you're probably gonna skip some work in the future and come back again, I'm sure.
That's, I don't know how to say, but I will back to work first. And then after that, I will thinking about the poker.
How do you say good luck in Korean?
Same, fighting.
Fighting,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, fighting or cheer up, yeah, same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, 감사합니다.
Table by definition.
And it has to be another round of re-raising from Yuri. This time he goes up against an ace-queen instead of ripping with one against the ace-4 suited as Chavero makes it 250 to go again. Zagorowski has the 2 red jacks.
So he did pick up a little bit extra chips, so he's contemplating just re-raising rather than just open reshoving now. In this smaller 3-bet, he can have some 3-bet bluffs here. Oh, don't worry about that. Kudanov picks up ace-king of clubs. This is going in.
Sure is. Off of 2.1 million from the small blind.
All in.
Those 2 little words past the Russian's lips. And for Chavero now, with a 3-bet and a shove behind this ace-queen suited, it begins to shrivel.
Yeah, this is actually really annoying because, yeah, you see a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet all in, but then you're like, that jam is only like 19, 18 big blinds. It's not that. Normally you would be raised calling it off. It is extra aggressive action with 3-bet and still the 4-bet. The 4-bet should be pretty strong. And you got to worry about the guy 3-betting off of a shorter stack against you. He could wake up with a hand, and ace-queen would be in big trouble if they had to go to a 3-way confrontation. Good laydown.
Yeah. That's that point in the night where your buzz is worn off and the lights are on in the club and you realize, maybe I'm not in love. Of course, for Yuri with the 2 jacks. He does not have the same luxury, just too much hand. And man who stood 6th in chips has the silver lining of being up against the man who was the only shorter stack. And the 2 jacks still in good shape on the 6-4 deuce board. 1 club working along with the 2 overs, and now 2 clubs work. Kudanov adding to his outs massively with the flush draw. Can he hit? No, the 7 on the river, and Viktor Kudanov will be the first casualty here at the final table of event 2.
Tollerine's got ace-8 suited. Reasonable hand. All options available. Dealer button kind of incentivizes you to play a little bit more, as well as a chip leader raising. Kind of makes you think you have a wider range than normal, trying to steal some blinds. I can see Tolerine flat, I can see him raise, I can see him fold. It's like I'm gonna try to see a flop in position. When you're flat though, you do let the big blind come along a bit more than often.
Ace-8 suited on the button. Now creates a different price proposition for the big blind of Chidwick with 9-7.
And welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is the Triton Super High Roller Series event number 3, the 50K 6 Max. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and we're going to be calling the action for you guys for the rest of day 1, which, Brian, we just found out, only 3 more levels before play concludes here today. So a relatively short day for these players, going to get to come in fresh for the higher buy-in stuff. Is that planned, do you think, by Luca? Seems like it's very GTO.
Yeah, I think it would be very ambitious to play down to breaking the money bubble. We saw in the last 2 tournaments that went pretty late into the night, and certainly for the 50K, players get more chips.
Yeah.
So that would just, that'd be an ambitious proposition, and I don't think they want the players here till like 4 a.m. And I'm glad that we're not here till 4:30 or 5. So. Yeah, so that's the plan, and it probably means today will be a little bit long. Tomorrow will be a little bit longer for this one, but I think that's fine because, it's instead of being a half day, it's 2/3, 3/4, whatever. I mean, anybody who made the final table is not going to complain about playing a full day of poker on day 2.
We're happy, staff's happy, players are happy, and I'll tell you who else is happy. Vladi Chalmov, chip leading, hey? With 51 players left, 101 entries now, coming back to 4K, 8K. But he's out there in the mix with 204 blinds. Peter Aerts closely on his heels in second. But yeah, we're going to be jumping down to the feature table, which features none other than Jason Kuhn, Daniel Cates, Stephen Chidwick, Adrian Mateos, and Artem Bajenkov. So, Brian, I think we're about to be in for a real treat of 2 hours of some high-stakes MTT poker with some absolute wizards at the feature table. And I didn't get the chance to look at the red feature table. That is the one we're jumping into straight off the bat. Ivan Liao, Victor Kudinov, Kanapong, Ebony Kenny, and Christoph Vogelsang. Ivan Liao, the table chip leader. 5-handed here, 4K, 8K.
Oh wait, I can leave it in front
Different
of me.
mix of players at this feature table. Obviously, Ebony, success in event number 1 in the form of a 240k cash and 5th place finish. Was very quick to address that. That was the highest buy-in tournament she had ever played. Played the 30k. Was chip leading the 30k with like 30 left.
Big table.
Flopped a set of sixes
What
on an
happened?
ace-6-5.
You folded
Stephen
on the
Chidwick with
button.
ace-jack.
Jack 6.
Oh, was it Jack?
Jack 6, ace turn, 5 river. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Misread on my part.
Yeah, I mean, stone cooler, in my opinion.
Oh,
I
for
don't
sure.
think she can go anywhere.
Especially against Stevie.
I mean, Stevie, not Stevie. If Stevie's capable, if not capable, yeah, if Stevie has even King Jack, you know, I did the combinatorial analysis yesterday in the booth when I was calling the hand, and it's there's basically 10 combos of ace jack, jacks, and aces, and 8 combos of King Jack. So even if it's just versus those hands alone,
yeah,
it's already a call, and that doesn't include if Stevie has any bluffs or goes wider for value. Wider for value starts to get dubious, but bluffs definitely is possible, of course.
This man right here from Thailand. It's been an absolute
Oh no, that was the 25.
pleasure to commentate on.
30k one Ben.
Second Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, we're talking about Kanapong.
I am indeed. Yeah, he's just in the mix.
He's in the mix.
And he's always happy. Just like regardless, you see him out there in the restaurant. Just always has a pep to his step.
Him and Vogelsang are going to be in the mix in this hand.
Christoph coming with defend. Wait, I apologize. It is the Sith Lord coming with the big blind defend. Hoodie up, Brian.
Yeah, Sith Lord works. I see it.
Not wanting to give away any tells in the form of neck pulses, lip twitches, maybe even, you know, I don't know, I get a bit of a twitchy eye sometimes. Have you had anyone come back to you with feedback about potential live tells that you may be giving off in high pressured spots? Or you
haven't had anybody tell me.
No.
Not to say I don't have any, but no one's told me. What about you? Have you?
I'm certain that, I mean, I just, you know, have ADHD at some level. In poker, I'm all over the place. I'm just very fidgety. So I feel like there's probably something if you peeled back the layers, but it's probably very well masked because I'm just all over the place for the most part. As Kanapong folds
Thank you.
the Jack 10 of hearts.
Interesting bet from Vogelsang. Wonder what he was targeting with that. Is it trying to get, I don't think ace high folds, but get king high to fold?
Thank you.
Multi-street plans.
Kill the bet with deuces.
If I would have had a deuce, because we showed so many deuces, I would have done.
101 entries in a live 50K here in northern Cyprus. It's been a while, Brian. It certainly feels like live poker is back.
Yeah, these Tritons have been picking up steam as each one has gone along. Like each one's bigger than the last one now.
Yeah, for sure.
So where it stops, nobody knows.
Kenny out here battling from level 1 most days.
She went quarter pot here, which definitely seems reasonable based on the king high raggedy board texture. And
Couldn't have coming with the 2.5x check raise wrapped around that tray with the 5 deuce backdoor spades to boot. Maybe feels like this is a board that Kenny's going to overstab on.
and he can try to get her nothings to fold for a very cheap price, given 28 to win 60,000. So nice play by Kudinov. I feel like I've been seeing that a little bit more in the last year. People check raising on those king high dry boards where the c-bet sizings are small versus a small c-bet and a small c-bet sizing and a high c-bet rate. Check raising more as the adjustment.
Yeah, I'm not against them. I just eat a ton of food and shakes get my belly all worked up, so I don't.
This is the feature table we were talking about. Michael Adamo, Jason Kuhn, Adrian Mateos, Artem Vajenkov, and this man right here, Stephen Chidwick. Looks down at 2 black aces in the big blind. Mateos with the limp call. The suited queen versus the 4x from Chidwick. See what Stephen comes with. Quarter pot seems to be a trend here, Brian, on these paired boards.
Oh, I was like, where'd all my banks go? But here they are.
Mateos gonna fight back. It's gonna be a pretty tough one for him to win.
Where are you going after this, home?
Not to throw you under the bus, Brian, but this check raise from Adrian, is this purely just trying to attack the ace high stabs of the world?
I mean, it's blind versus blind, and in Chidwick's raising range and position here with 50 big blinds deep is going to have some weaker hands, right? Some offsuit hands like, for example, like offsuit king 8, etc. And it's definitely attacking hands like that c-bet. He has the backdoor spades, which we can see are halfway to coming in. So, I mean, I would guess this is a card he's going to continue with at a relatively small sizing. Like, I'm wondering if he goes like third pot.
Half pot, third pot.
Okay, yeah, half pot. So I just don't see Chidwick. I mean, Chidwick's not going to consider folding to the river, in my opinion. I mean, this is the type of hand that you got to make. Yeah, you don't. He doesn't have a jack, but
Mateo's setting up a SPR of 2/3 heading to the river.
he definitely might. Well, I actually don't know if a hearts makes him more likely to jam. I think because he doesn't have hearts and the most likely draw on the flop is hearts, and he had the backdoor spades, he's probably a little more likely to jam when hearts don't come. But I mean, he still has nothing even on the 5 of hearts. So now I'm curious to see. Either way, but I wouldn't say this is the best bluff combo on a heart river, but it also doesn't say that he shouldn't bluff with it.
Oh boy.
Cool. Oh, you gotta meet the big boy.
Looking down at his 288,000.
He's going for it. And actually, versus Steven's actual hand, the 5 of hearts is actually a pretty scary card. See, if the river was not a heart, great, and he's unblocking all those missed heart draw bluffs. But now he doesn't have a heart, which makes it a little worse, because heart flush draws are, as well as 3 jacks, are hands that Mateos can have here. So now it's much tougher call.
Well, I mean, when Adrian effectively jams, he's left a 1K chip back. But when he effectively jams in this spot, are we now removing trips from his range? Is he now polarizing himself strictly to flushes or nothing?
No, I think he can still have.
Can still value jam the 3 jacks. Okay.
I think so. I mean, it probably depends on his kicker, but yeah, I mean, I think he can get value out of a hand like King Jack.
Oh. Perfect execution from Mateos with the flop check raise, picking up the equity in the form of backdoor spades on the turn, and manages to fire through on the front door flush, completing 5 of hearts into 2 black aces of Chidwick to fold. Mateos up to 7th in chips now, tied with none other than the World Series of Poker main event champion, Estin Jorstad, both of them with 692,000 chips. As your man Vladdy, he's added a starting stack to his chip counts, mate. He's up to 1.8 million. Really trying to complete this in one day.
Let's go, Vladdy. Chidwick with back-to-back huge pairs. Mateos with a well-executed bluff last hand.
68.
Got Chidwick to fold the best hand.
You know what we should do? We should produce our own YouTube series. Post Triton, we just sit down. We take all the hands, Brian, you and I, somewhere in Brazil, on a beach preferably. Mojito in hand. And just reverse engineer all of the hands and just film it.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Solver on hand. Really try and, you know, dive into the intricate parts of the game tree that these players are all too familiar with. And us, I say us, me, mere mortals. often watch on with puzzled looks on our face.
Wow, and a third hand in a row with a big pair.
Three greens behind or four?
Four.
Bozhenkov, one of the best players to come out of Russia, both online and online and live. Down to sub 10. So 50k to go. Picks up one customer, Chidwick with the King Queen O, who doesn't connect, but King of Hearts in hand on the Jack 7-5-3 hearts, and wow, not often you get it in on this flop and only have 3%, but that is the case for Stevie.
It's pretty rock shape.
Wow, 3%. That's actually surprisingly low. But I guess he has to hit 2 pair or straight.
Yep.
Stevie just taking it in his stride.
Sounds like someone's smoking or something. You get that?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, probably be off. And if they're not, it's right outside the door anyway.
You like smoke?
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, that's
falling downside.
Yeah. I'm like super sensitive to it.
Me too. I get like red dots under my eyes.
I got it.
Kuhns, the healthiest stack at the table. $126 bigs at the start of this hand. Completing from the small with the King Jack O, allowing Bozhenkov to outflop him, the Queen 7. Jason always going to continue here with the 2 overs?
Yeah, with versus this bet sizing, I don't think he's going anywhere. On the merits of the King High 2 overs.
May even still have, you know, the best hand with King High.
Certainly could. Now I think, should Bozhenkov bet the turn, which there's a good chance he does. A 7 with a good kicker. Definitely could bet again for value here. Doesn't have to.
Yeah.
It's much harder
Try and climb.
turn spot for Kuhn and a likely fold.
Could be a good time.
Oh yeah? I'm keen. I'm keen to do. Red rock.
Just don't think Kuhn has to fold his hand here. This looks like about half pot, but definitely if he's continuing this wide, he's likely over continuing. This is down around one of the worst hands he kind of has. It's not the stone worst, but it's definitely a spot. If he's not a believer, he can keep going. And he's not a believer. One of the issues with continuing on the turn here is on these blank rivers where everything misses. You know, it's hard not to call again. So it's that calling that turn, it's not just calling the half pot. So oftentimes you're calling rivers a bunch with your king high. Oh wow, he checks the 7. It's a pretty tight check, in my opinion.
Maybe some alarm bells going off in Zhenkov's head after.
Oh, certainly. I mean, certainly he checked because he was worried about it, but I do think it's pretty tight. Like, let's put it this way. After checking back the big blind, I think he never has an overpair. So it's basically...
For Zhenkov.
Yeah. Basically has... And a third deuce hit, so now it's even harder for him to have. He needs quads. So the 7 is, you know, it's the second best hand he can have, really. So... I don't, you know, I mean, checking that back implies to a certain extent that you're only betting quads, which I think would be too tight of a value range. I mean, one of the themes that I've kind of noticed when dissecting some hands is I think a pretty consistent theme through a lot of the top players. Let's say, not to say that Vishenkov isn't, you know, it's just one hand. But, you know, when you watch like Linus and Adamo and some of these guys, they are going for value in a lot of spots pretty thin. And that's one of the things that then allows them to bluff. And now one of the scary things about going for value thin is that you can be value betting with the second best hand, or if your opponent decides to check raise bluff you, it's like, you know, let's puke type of spot. But the flip side is that it, you know, if you're able to successfully carry out that type of plan, it allows you to get more value for your hands and to bluff a little bit more, which are really, really help your EV. And I would say that I think maybe you're not supposed to bet all your 7s there. I don't know, but I would say you're probably generally supposed to bet a 7.
Try to do some more dives today.
Along with obviously quad
Try
deuces.
to do some more dives today. They closed the platform.
Oh yeah, someone was saying the waves look crazy, right?
Yeah, but they legit took the wood out of the platform.
Took the wood out of the platform?
Yeah, they took the wood off. Like you couldn't even, like they just put the wood like, I'm like, what?
It's probably gets damaged if it's like...
Maybe. Oh yeah, that's true actually. I didn't think of that. Yeah,
Adamo, a fan of the resort. Have you been down to the diving docks yet? They have a special platform where you can dive from around about, I don't know, 20 feet or so into the ocean.
I haven't.
I have to take you down there.
A little 20-foot jump.
I also went down there today, but as Adamo already stated, it was closed.
Hey, you have Odin on your thing right now, right? Why don't you run that hand? Deuce, deuce, 7, 6, deuce. I think there were diamonds on the flop.
Because the reason being is because it's not PO, you know. I can't put in like the exact stack depth and stuff like that. It kind of just it annoys me a little bit that.
But it's a heads up blind versus blind, so
it is. But like it's like what 17 big. So I mean we can have a look if you want. So we move over to the red feature table.
No comment.
But I think it's for sure a jam, right? Do you remember how many bigs it was at the start of the hand? It's like 15.
Easy enough to look up.
There we go. Straight into the app. Kanapong going to complete from the small. The 8-6-0. Kenny knuckles the big blind. Two of the shorter stacks in the field.
It is 20 bigs.
Okay. Kenny taking a stab on the King of Diamonds turn after being checked to twice. Canopon going nowhere with flopped middle pair. Now improves to 2 pair. Diamonds bricking.
Yeah, and a limped pot, definitely can't blame him. Kind of laying the bear trap of sorts, trying to catch stabs with a pair of 8s there. In a spot where the ace and the king aren't the best cards for Kenny with the big blind check back. And laying a trap yet again. How will Kenny... Oh.
She's going to go for it, Brian. It's not going to work.
Nope, not going to work. Now his decision is whether or not to check raise for value. And I think it comes down to, like, not so much how often is my hand good. His hand is good here a lot. I think the question is how often, if my hand is good, does my opponent call me with worse? That's kind of, I think, the most valuable question. But he's going for the check raise, and I like it. I think your hand is really good a lot, and if your opponent does have a hand like ace deuce or ace 3, ace 4, ace 7, etc., you are somewhat likely to get called.
Cigarettes. I can smell it.
I smell a little bit.
Yeah, you smell, yeah.
You know, it's a spot where it can be a little scary if your opponent turns something like, say, ace 7 or king 7 into a rebluff. But if you discount your opponent from doing that, it makes it even easier to check raise that spot.
Ivan Liao, the chip leader at this feature table. Pretty significant one as well over the rest of the pack. 81 big blinds. Big drop off to Viktor Kudnov playing 47. It's just looking back to that hand Brian has played. King Jack O from the small for Jason, pure check. Queen 7, mixing between one big blind. Wow, yeah, okay.
Mostly betting.
Yeah.
All right, 6 of diamonds turn.
Just want to see how King, obviously King Jack going nowhere.
Yeah. I'm curious about the turn call. I would guess it's not a pure call.
Interesting. I mean, he
it's not a pure call.
had King Jack, King of Clubs, Jack of Hearts, right? No, I think he had a...
So wait, check.
Yeah, check. Queen 7. Yeah, it's pretty much betting almost all the time.
New bullet. New bullet.
Came with 60%.
I would imagine King Jack is mostly folding. Oh wow, is it pure? Okay, it's a mix.
I mean, it's pure cool, pal.
No, there's some blue there, but it's mostly calling. Interesting. I guess it doesn't really like having a club, but it mostly calls. It's calling like 90% of the time. Okay.
River. Deuce.
queen.
I have as well.
Yeah.
My tutor is bigger than you.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure bet. I mean, if your opponent's calling King Jack, what happens if it bets? If he bets?
I mean, it's mixed between like
Jam and
2/3 and jamming for 1.4.
Let's see 2/3 what King Jack does. I mean, here it's probably, it's not the worst hand to call with, right?
Yeah, it's calling like close to 100% of the time.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. Well, there you have it.
Jason Kuhn. There you go.
Jason Kuhn, ladies and gentlemen. the JK effect. Garagnani, the healthy stack, a fresh stack, I should say. Sorry. Another one of the Brazilian Armada.
Yeah, I mean, King Jack is definitely not an unreasonable hand to call river with when you get there. Interesting though, the turn. Call the turn. I would guess that's a spot that a lot of the poker population are not playing as aggressively as a solver on the turn. However, which is why perhaps my instinct to fold turn, while incorrect in GTO, I feel like when I'm playing at the WSOP with
Oh,
people
for
and
sure.
whoever, like,
Yeah. Come on.
You know what I mean? But yeah.
That's another one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of, looking at one spot and pulling up Odin, because, it has to be taken with a pinch of salt for the most part.
Yeah.
Here may be one of the only places where that is not necessarily the case, because these guys are playing at such a high level that we can look at a hand in Odin and, for the most part, it is street for street. As good as it gets, minus the missed river jam.
Here we go. We have a
19.
single raise pot here. Vogelsang definitely flops the best of it with a much weaker hand. This bet is small enough that I don't see Ivan going anywhere yet, with double overs to the top pair. Backdoor gutter. I'm sorry, backdoor straight draw. Excuse me.
Well, Vogelsang does not want to river two pair now. 100k out there. SPR of just shy of 2.5. And Brian, would you believe, in the 2 minutes that we haven't looked at the app, last time we checked in on Vladdy, he had 1.7 million, has 2.3. 2.3 mil.
I was hoping you were going to ask me. Damn.
2.3 million. Huge chip lead here with 50 left. Obviously a long way to go, but the drop off to second in chips, 1.45 million. So it almost has a million chip lead over second in chips.
I mean, I love all the guys who were watching. Tons of great players and Triton legends, but I do wish one of these two feature tables had our man Vladdy on it. I bet there's a lot of action-packed pots.
I mean, average stack is 420k at the moment.
There's someone smoking. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah.
mean, this guy.
Ivan turning his hand into a bluff here. Gets it through. And Vogelsang with a bit of disgust on that muck.
Really bad.
Definitely not happy with the situation.
Yeah, well, I know.
Ivan
but
growing his
I
stack,
haven't smelled it at all the past
755K.
few days, but
Not
this
too
is
shabby.
severe. Pretty severe, yeah.
Good enough for 6th place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty severe. Yeah.
Oh, Ivan Liao. Snap calling the floor.
Thank you.
What are they talking about? What's severe?
It's the first
What's
time
it
I
called?
smelled it up
Oh,
here.
there's a smell?
The whole time.
Maybe some wires. Who knows? That is a strong timepiece on Vanomatrical's left wrist. Looks like a Jacob & Co. I know in Madrid when Jacob & Co. brought in the watches for the main event and showcased some of their pieces.
I know Ali. Well, Ali yesterday on stream made a claim as to specifically what watch it is. Ali said he believed it is the Jacob & Co. with the functioning roulette wheel.
That's what I think
watch.
it is as well.
Yes.
It looks like that, yeah.
So it's like a,
750K.
700, yeah.
Yeah, Well, I mean, what's 750K?
And now see,
between-
listen, when you go to your boys and you're going out to dinner, instead of like credit card roulette or the bills or the dice app or whatever, no, dude, we're selling this on my watch right here. Play a little roulette.
I mean, that's 750K well spent right there. I mean, come on. That is a strong wrist piece. Tell you that much. Take someone's eye out with it.
And here's a revisit of a pot where KT has a strong hand and Kenny has nothing, which did just turn into second pair, unfortunately for her.
Yeah, Kanapong knuckling over to Kenny, then passing his sunglasses over to her, saying it's your turn. Those are some big shades.
Yeah. Feels like call. I don't really see anything else happening from Kenny here. So.
Wow, no way. She got Vogelsang to put the sunnies on. Let's go.
One? Yes.
No, leave him on.
Oh, he is.
Oh, what a legend. I want to see him in a hand with him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know I have king.
Yeah, that's
Don't
good.
block me. Nice.
That's good, that's
Some
good.
potential missed value there from Kanapong on the
Yeah,
river.
he was asking her why she didn't value bet her hand. She's like, why
Ivan,
don't
thank
you
you.
value bet your own hand?
We took turns.
Oh, they're Ivan's glasses. I stand corrected. Brian, 113 runners in this
Speak to me.
50K now. 113 runners.
Every time you say it, actually, when I look at the app 1 second
I
later,
just,
and the
I
number
literally just saw it go up.
114.
Who's in? I mean, there are quite a few fresh stacks in there. Michael Adamo,
I mean,
Phil
there's
Ivey.
72 uniques in this. It's a lot for a 50. Let's be real about it.
Main event, or Madrid main event champion, Henrik Hecklinen, Victor Malinowski, Tony G, Luke Giles, Nikki P, Ben 86, Sam Grafton, all playing 200K. Linus Love.
Starting stack, right?
Now one can make assumptions as to the starting stacks out there in the field deciding to lay reg. deep into day one, or maybe 3-4 bullets in, who knows?
All in.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. I kind of thought you played like 80k. I didn't see like that. It's quite funny. No worries. Like it didn't matter, but like I just realized.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, no worries. I just like didn't make any difference so far.
117 now. Right, I mean, are they shipping them in? What's going on? Are they just blind flipping on the outer tables for fun?
I mean, possibly.
Attention dealers, if we start a shuffle, please complete the hand you're on. Otherwise, raise your blinds.
Yes, it's the end.
Still rebuy if I
They're
bust
flying
this
in at the end. This looks like it's the last hand.
Is now closed.
Registration's closed, that's why. That's it, 117. That's where the cap ends. Luca closed registration.
5?
So they must be going to 510.
So can I rebuy if I bust this down or not?
Yes.
If we're playing 510 or 4?
Yeah.
If we're playing 510, then no.
Yeah, 510 you don't get.
Sorry, 510?
Yes, that's right.
Pedro Garigani, by the way, Brian, no significant scores pre-COVID on the live scene at least, but then a string of results over on GG during the WSOP online, in the mix in some of the bigger buy-in stuff, 8Ks, 5Ks, 10Ks, 10Ks online. And then post-pandemic, he's been out there. He's been battling 10Ks, 25Ks, his first Triton. Played every event up until now. Cashed the 30K, getting himself his first Triton cash, 16th for 58K. So we jump back into this. Another star from Brazil.
A lot of more and more players coming out of Brazil.
For sure.
I bet we have a good kill of him. Yep. He says queen 6, single suited. Use your imagination. He has queen 6 of hearts, and I have 8.
So that was the last level to re-enter, if I'm not mistaken, that you overheard.
Yep.
Luca on the mic.
Yeah, that's it.
5K, 10K.
Big prize pool for this one. The bubble pays 17. That's 3 tournaments in a row that they're paying 17 places. And almost 1.5 up top. Almost $1 million per second. So, you win this one, and don't think you can really lose on the Triton tournament series. People are pretty tough.
You say that. You say that, Brian. 3 bullets in the 200K. Couple of bullets.
You can't even do 3 bullets in it. Most you could do is 2. And that'd be assuming, not every player's going to have 100% of themselves in it, although many will. But, it's way more likely guys have 100% of themselves in the 50K than in the 200.
That's very true.
Now Mateos slams this turn.
Matez on the back of that triple barrel bluff with the Queen 6 of spades. It's moved up a few gears to over 4 starting snaps, top 10 in chips. Stacked feature table, I mean, come on. How often do we get Michael Adamo, Jason Kuhn, Artem Vishenkov, Adrian Mateus, and Stephen Chidwick at the same table? I know it's why a ton of our fan base tune in whenever we're live. It's for lineups like this.
Yeah, like queen three of spades or some bullshit.
Much better.
Much better. Queen four of spades.
Value. Much value.
Yeah, is it made hand?
Yeah.
Fuck all the big hand. Six. Ace nine of clubs. And the back door and under.
The down, no good.
E3?
Look who it is. Boss man. Jumping in, seat 3.
I have topper and a flush draw.
Oh god. You had to have it. Clubs who play big pot.
Sandwiched between Adamo and Chidwick. Is Bossman also rocking a Richard Mills?
4 jacks, 5 jacks.
It's like the third player now that I've seen rocking Nadal's watch.
Oh, it's
all the fans out here.
His watch, in a sense, like he uses that watch, or he's the.
He was like the face. There's like a custom one made for Rafa, and then kind of just became, you know, Rafa's watch.
Huh? You just said no. You got more. You didn't just enter.
Should we play Lodden Thinks with the chat? My question to Brian is, what dollar value on watches do you think there is in this room? Over-unders. Pick a line. So what do you think the line is, chat?
Well, no, I got to think of my answer.
100.
Once I get locked in.
He's scanning the room. It's 53 players out there, plus the cash game area, the high stakes lounge on the opposite side of the room.
Okay, I have my answer.
Do you want to text it to me?
I mean, we're not really. It's not. No, I'm not going to change it. It's. I got.
Well, just so I can.
I mean, we're not even playing for money.
Just so I can see what who's closest in the chat.
Oh. Oh yeah, good call.
A few guesses coming in.
Oh.
There you go. What's that?
That's solid. That's a solid guess. That's what I would have gone with, somewhere around that. People saying around $10 million worth of watches in this room. Jeez.
There's one person in the chat who's been quite close. Well, I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind.
Give him a couple of minutes to get the guesses in. So we head to the blue feature table. Kuhn opening from under the gun with 7s. Chidwick with the 20 BB rejam spot. should he want to take it. Comes with flat against the earlier position open, and well, I guess this is going to find a different way into the middle. Although I do believe re-entry now closed. Maybe a spot that would have been taken had re-entry still been an option should Chidwick call and lose. Let's it go.
Made a big one. Big fold.
The pair.
You a pair?
Yes.
Oh god. I think it was a great fold, but there's a small chance it was a really bad fold.
No, I don't think so.
You had nines? Eights?
No, you have eights.
I beat eights and nines.
Oh, you beat eights and nines?
Gentlemen being honest at the table. Keep checking back into the app to see how Vladdy's getting on, because I just expect him to have half the chips in play with 50 left.
170, yes.
163 behind.
Well, I think it's time. Let's tell the chat, probably.
Yeah. So Brian, I asked Brian, what's the price tag on all of the watches in the room? Brian came in with a, yeah, I feel like ballpark figure I would have gone with. The form of $2.8 million. Trying to scan through both the chats.
This guy Anuj Kodam said 2.5. I think it's the closest
Oh,
one.
boom. GG's. Closest over on Twitch, I believe, was Parham. Came with 3.8. So we dive back into this. Both players with draws. Chidwick with the betting initiative. Pre-flop.
And position. This bet is much too small for Kuhn to go anywhere with 9-8 off. I guess now his decision is how to continue.
Does come with call, 113 out there.
Yeah, the biggest question is how Kuhn plays different rivers here. I mean, this river seems like check.
Kuhn back up to over 1 million in chips. Courtesy of that 9 of spades. Chidwick down to 13 big blinds now.
Wonder what rivers Kuhn leads as a bluff.
Jack 10, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Any come to mind?
He has a club in his hand. I mean, maybe some of the clubs. Maybe a king. Maybe a 5.
Well, talking of lead jamming rivers as bluffs, head over to GG Poker. Currently 33 bracelets up for grabs. WSOP online. And more importantly, the 20 mil main event, 5K buy-in, 26 September, can qualify from just $5. Guarantee on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Probably going to get just as much as the 200K Coin River Invitational at WSOP Online, running all the way through to September 27th. And don't forget, next Triton Super High Roller Series, be running qualifiers again. Satellites from as low as $25, I believe. I mean, that's the dream right there. Remember back in the day, when I was like 18, just dreaming of winning packages to certain tours, you know? You got like a 10K bankroll, 15K bankroll. It's happened before.
Yeah. Spent very little time in my poker career with a bankroll of that size. Basically, before I even left college, I basically got into 100K. And once I hit 100K, almost never went under it again.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, solid. That's
Getting
strong.
back down to the low
Six figures.
100. Yeah, like I actually spent some years between like 1 and like 400 or so.
Some years?
Couple years, yeah.
Okay.
Which ended with a run up to like 2 mil, and then I actually went back down to about half a mil.
Oh, that's painful.
And that was around. That was like my biggest kind of drop back down after I'd gotten over $1 million, and then the next time I went up, it was like 2010 or something. It went well, but yeah, I mean, playing poker in college, I basically got to like 100K.
So I have to ask, during college,
20K, like
what
the
were you
first
grinding?
summer I started playing.
What were you grinding? Like sit and goes? Cash?
No, cash. Just cash. I would play No Limit online, and I'd sometimes go play Limit live at casinos. But then I pretty quickly found a place where I could play No Limit live, then kind of stopped playing Limit poker.
Oh, you started playing live predominantly during your college days?
No.
Oh, okay.
Both.
Both.
Yeah. I'm just saying, at the very beginning, we're talking like 20 years ago at this point, basically. There weren't that many places to play No Limit live.
Right.
Back then.
Story
Basically, in
checks
the
out.
Bay Area, there was literally one place that you could play No Limit Hold'em. It was called Lucky Chances. But it was like farther for me. So I didn't start playing there initially.
So you started grinding pre-Moneymaker boom?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was running around in diapers.
When did he win? Like
2003.
Maybe that was actually right around the time I started playing. I don't remember if it was like before or not.
It's a good time to get involved.
Yeah.
From what I've heard. Not talking from experience.
Yeah. I mean, the games were a lot softer back then. I mean, if you go back and look at the available information for someone to study, like publicly, it's shocking, actually, like how little was available back then. You're talking really like 2003 or 4 or 5. It's like before even like the 2+2 internet forum. All they had were some books. Go back and look at the books from like 20 years ago, like Super System and all these books. They're like so rudimentary compared to what people are studying today. Like basically in the past, and this even includes later, like it kept moving the bar up, but like in the past, once you got above a certain level, literally there was like nothing to learn from like public available information. It was either just what you learned from your experience, your own studying, or like talking to other good players. And that bar kept moving up a little bit. But like even, let's say 10 years ago, where at this point I was like a world-class player, it's not like I learned, I'd watch videos sometimes. Wouldn't say I learned a ton from them. It was more just like, what is everyone thinking about? But really, like most of the games just made thinking myself or talking to other top players about hands.
I've heard from a lot of top players that Jason Mercier was the guy that a lot of people would kind of go to. Like he seemed to be the guy back then that was coming up with like just these new theories. He would just break down new things and would be the first guy kind of implementing them. Like, I don't know, 3-betting King Queen O, for example, that kind of thing.
I mean, I'll tell you, in my experience from playing online, wide 3-betting, I don't remember that being like a Jason Mercier thing. I remember there being like a couple accounts on like Stars and Full Tilt, and I'm not remembering their names, but I don't think it was Mercier.
Okay.
And this is probably, maybe it's around that time, like, no, it's longer than 10 years ago. And they started really like 3-betting a lot of hands, which was, I mean, that is something that if you go back or certain games, like that wasn't happening to the extent that it is today.
I can't even imagine like being one of the
really
first
changes
people.
the EV on that situation, because like old school live poker games, there were like just a ton of like multi-way pots because people didn't 3-bet. So it's like it'd be like raise and 3 people would call and it'd just be like 4 to the flop, and people would have like unsuited connectors like 8-7 off and stuff. And I mean, I'm not saying like I didn't. I would. In fact, I played a lot of hands back then because I just, you'd be 300 plus big blinds deep with a lot of people, and I just thought there was so much value in getting to like turn and river spots with people who are like super unbalanced.
Wow.
So I'd play like 7-5 off, like all kinds of hands sometimes, depending on how weak I thought people I was playing. And today, it's pretty hard to get away with that in like most games, because just getting 3-bet with hands that bad, like you just
with the new
instant
information
sucks.
that we have available to us now. Sweet.
Yeah.
Head back to Adamo, skipping in another
No,
pot.
but I mean, Jason Mercier, obviously amazing player, and I mean, he became like a mixed, like playing every game player. But yeah, obviously he kind of got started in No Limit Hold'em and had a little period where he was crushing tournaments even. Although at this point, that seems like
a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Head back to the red feature table. Ebony Kenny down to 11 bigs. Pedro Garagnani sat on 14. Christopher Volksang also playing 14. So a couple of short stacks here as we head into the penultimate level of the evening. Volksang making life easy with the open rip.
Yeah, I can't speak to having talked much poker with Mercier. I played with him, but I do remember there were some things a long time ago that stylistically he did a little different than anyone else. He definitely was one of the people. I don't remember the 3-betting as much, but I can say that like now you see in tournaments, like people do these like min raise or like 2.2x, and I like 10, 15 years ago, people were doing larger open sizes even with short stacks. But Mercier, I do remember him being one of the first like guys who played like big tournaments and whatever, who was like min raising, which obviously when these solvers have borne out is good when you're short. So
yeah, I can imagine being one of the first people realizing that and having that aha moment.
Yeah,
we're just
I mean,
like, oh, this blocks value, this blocks aces and ace king, like
that like min raising type of deal was something Mercier, I mean, I'm talking before solvers kind of said this is the way to do it. Like he had kind of worked out that he thought, I mean, it's one of those interesting things. You go back and you look at stuff, and even like looking at the way I played, it would be like, oh, that's cool. Like I kind of figured that out, and solvers like it, or oh, okay, I was doing that wrong. You know, you see both of them.
We have an all-in here on the button from Canapong with the trays. Vogelsang in the big, stuck the hand with 15.5 effective.
17, right? Do you want the call? Maybe. Depends on what I have, I guess.
Yeah, it's a spot here on the button where Ebony Kenny even shorter than Vogelsang. Essentially, despite KT being as deep as he is effectively only playing Vogelsang's stack. And basically low mid-pocket pairs, offsuit aces, all hands at like the 15 big blind and Ebony's 10 big blind. They'd all just love jamming. Like threes doesn't really want to get re-jammed on, loves taking the pot down. You have a decent equity versus ranges when you get called. Kind of think Vogelsang ends up calling this.
Excuse me?
It's pretty close. I mean,
Now
maybe
can we
one of the
back?
reasons he doesn't want to call is he thinks he has
I think a good
like
play-
extra EV at this table. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's a table where he can find better spots.
Good luck.
Pretty sure Vogelsang knows this is a call at GTO. 15 blinds. I'd be surprised if it isn't.
Yeah, button versus big for 15.
Versus a jam, but it's probably pretty close to break even EV, and maybe he's like, can I do better than this by folding?
Wow. I just can't believe.
Wow.
Canapong calling in the heart for his opponent.
Exciting run out.
And
I think it should be 155.
Vogelsang gets the full double
155, yeah.
after Canapong flopped a set. Christoph turning the flush.
And 5.
And I've just noticed Brian, that
What did you say, Pedro?
Benjamin Tollerine, who just shipped the 30k, is now chip leader of this 50k, courtesy of 2 huge collisions with none other than Vladi Chowlov.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, Vladi.
Vladi went from 2.4 million down to 1.1 mil now. Ben Tollerine up to 1.5. Vladi just came with, you know, the little pre-flop 3-bet. Button v hijack with the queen 4 suited. Flop came 10, 9, 8, 2 hearts. Vladi with the gut shot, queen high flush draw. Ben 86 with the flopped middle set. And well, Vladi tried putting Ben in the blender. Didn't work. Ben 86, new chip leader. Event number 3, the 50k 6 max. Chidwick down to his final 12. Opting to just open jam from the hijack, getting the 5s of Paul to fold from the cutoff, and it's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that hand history. I love it. Vladi. I mean, the part that really stands out, looks like Danny Tang opened.
He did. Hijack.
Hijack, 20k. Vladi 3-bets to 40k on the button with queen 4 of hearts. Just gangster, like min 3-bet.
I'm a fan.
No fold equity. We have position. We've got queen 4 suited. Let's go, buddy.
Base 20,000.
Late into day 1 here, event number 3, 50k 6 max. the Merit Royal Diamond
525.
Hotel and Spa. Triton Super High Roller Series, Cyprus. On to the final 47. 117 entries in total. Adrian with the defend.
Everything about this favors Michael Adamo, and this pot is not going to be very interesting, most likely.
Yeah, if we were to be presumptuous here, assume this go check, bet, fold.
Yeah, flop EV favors cutoff opener. Their actual hands, obviously Adamo, big favorite. He has the betting lead. He's in position. Teos can't continue on the flop. Can't even find bluffs with that combo. Maybe you could say something like ace-7 with the ace of spades. If you want to start digging into some hands, but yeah, not ace-deuce off red. Yeah, Mateos is a pretty fun player to watch. He's definitely creative in a good way. I mean, that queen 6 of spades hand. It's funny though, watching that, knowing what he had, it did look like there was like a few seconds there when he kind of looked down at his chips and didn't seem altogether very happy. But then he like collected himself and followed through with the boss river bluff. Right? Did you feel the same way watching him? I mean, it's easy when you see what he has.
Of course,
but there was like a
bias.
2-second kind of where he didn't seem altogether comfortable.
I feel like I know exactly what part you're talking about. Yeah.
He was like, "Oh fuck, man! What?" It's like, "What am I doing?" And then he's like, "Okay, no, we're doing this."
It's like, how did we get here? You know,
like I'm really just about to ship it all in.
Queen high, let's go. No heart. No, big fan of Adrian. I mean, one of the most accomplished in the game from a very young age as well. I mean, fresh on the scene, 18 years old, 19 years old, just winning big trophies. Fast forward 9 years now. I believe he's my age. 9-10 years. He's still out here. Top of the pack.
Here we go. The battle of the king highs.
These, for me personally, some of the funnest hands to just watch and get the notepads out for. Got 2 world-class opponents. Hijack v Big Blind, a spot that we all find ourselves in a decent amount of time.
Like 100.
All right, Stevie doing the lead on the middle pair, the middle card pairing. But for a bet this small, I feel like Adamo is reasonably likely to stick around. Neither of them. And King High definitely has some showdown. I do wonder if they bluff what size, because you'd think it would be a larger size. Now a 3 gets counterfeited, even moving King High up the showdown rankings a little bit. I do wonder if this doesn't go check here now, especially with the ace pairing. Maybe if the ace doesn't pair, one of these two finds a bluff, I think a little more often. I think the ace pair increases the check likelihood, but let's see. Very curious.
Adamo with the river decision, time bank, and king high. As Brian mentioned, already has a ton of showdown here. See, with the 3Xs of the world being counterfeited on this run out.
Looks like he's coming with like third pot. About.
Action back on Stevie. Now, is this kind of similar to what you were saying? Wow, he flicks in the call. Not only do the 3Xs of the world get counterfeited, but, you know, 5s through 8s as well.
Yes, certainly.
Chidwick not taking long before doing the old one chip flick in. I mean, if this is what poker has become, Brian, what can us mere mortals do?
Yeah, I want to see what happens in a situation where the ace doesn't pair. I think that's a little bit more interesting. But I guess Adamo decided on the ace pair that there's some value in third pot there.
Firstly, the check call with the king high. Turn pairing the 9, Chidwick leading for one big.
Yeah.
B15. Call. River pairing the ace. Check, bet, call with king high. I mean, dude, what's going on? It's 2022. Like, good luck to everyone else, you know? I'm just going to...
That pocket bet 3 streets by king high.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm here in the booth. Not going to lie. Standard face just saying, retire. I'm retiring. Already retired. We just heard Luca in the background confirming the payouts for this 50K 6 max. 17 places getting paid. Min cash 92,000. But, and a big but, our first 7-figure prize coming in this event in the form of 1.47 million. Runner-up getting $994,500 for their efforts, down to the final 46. It's the 30K 6 max bubble boy, Peter Ayers, chip leading with 163 big blinds. That's the 30K champ. Close in on his tail, second in chips. Ben 86 playing 1.5 million.
We got the ace jack off in position 3 bet here. One of those like mergey kind of value, kind of bluff. Pretty sure he folds versus the cold 4 from the big, which is about to come. Probably even folds if Kuhn 4-bet jams after opening UTG. But you're doing well against a range of hands that calls you, usually. Damo here balancing the time bank. Used it on the previous hand in a spot where he very clearly was thinking about what he was going to do, in my opinion. And this spot, he's definitely already knows what he's going to do.
All in.
And I really don't think ace jack off is good enough to call here. Be mildly surprised if he even goes to a time bank. Yeah. Yeah.
No mucking about from there. Jason doesn't like folding pairs, does he?
You got bluff or something? You looking at, you got bluff?
No, I'm not looking at anything. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at the street.
Oh, Vladdy's climbing his way back up. Almost at 1.2, fifth in chips.
And that is a... it's a big old climb back up to 2.4 million. That big blind 10K, I'll tell you that much.
He busted Johan Guibert. Looks like... I mean, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what... Oh, okay. No, he flopped a 3. All right, I misread it. He flopped a set.
Right.
Yeah. I for a second, I thought that... I was looking at that, I'm like, did he somehow value bet like a pair of 3s, which was below everything on the board, and get called? No, but there was a 3 on the board. Okay. I was going to say this, I got to see this hand. It's fucking ludicrous.
Oh, right. Wow. Brian, we got a cooler on our hands. Vizhenkov opening from under the gun. Chidwick a couple of seats to his left, just flatting with the aces. By the way,
off of 15 blinds, which is the GTO approved play.
Worth mentioning that Adrian Mateos folded ace 10-0.
Oh, so there's no
the
aces
hijack.
left. So there's 0 aces left and 1 king. So would he fold ace what?
Ace 10. Ace 10-0.
Wow, so two ace 10-0s.
Yeah. I believe it was ace of clubs, 10 of spades, so the exact reverse of Vizhenkov.
So here we go, all in, 1 king in the deck. It's going to be very hard for Adamo to win this pot with only 1 king.
It's so sick. I mean,
a jack is gone, 2 10s are gone. I mean, hard to make a straight, hard to make trip kings. I mean, I guess his odds are definitely less than 18%. It's probably sub 10, actually.
Hand in the cookie jar. Hand in the cookie jar.
I would love to be as composed as Adamo is, just turning to his table mate Chidwick.
What do you do?
And you trapped me. Kings against aces, as cold as it comes in No Limit Hold'em. The equivalent of running double suited aces into the Jack 10 9-8 double rundown. PLO. Thereabouts. Cold deck late in day one. Not for Stephen Chidwick, as he manages to climb back up to 30 big blinds. Thereabouts. 27. Adamo off the back of that, with the blinds going up to 6K, 12K, 12K, down to just 20 big blinds. Final level of the day. Can confirm we're down to the final 43 players here in event number 3. This action gets back on the way. Adamo, sour taste still in his mouth from the previous hand after running kings into aces. Getting dealt kings. Is this back-to-back hands?
Wow. I mean, I don't really... think you just jam here. Yeah. It looks like 12 blinds. Ace-6 suited.
Yeah.
Same suits?
A little better spot this time.
So, big card racking.
Better.
Chidwick noticing
No, that
that
was
not only
Mine.
back-to-back hands, but the same suits apparently. Oh no. Ace in the window. I mean, sometimes you just get dealt out of the tournament.
Quite often, actually. Getting dealt out of the tournament. So. A very good run out here versus the for the Ace-6 of diamonds. Beating jacks, queens, kings, ace, jack, queen, king.
Back-to-back kings. Back-to-back losses for Adamo. Down to just 7.5 bigs now.
It's on fumes.
It is indeed, but if anyone can spin it back up, it's that man. 42 players left, 17 paid. 30 minutes left on the clock.
I feel like Adamo isn't his short stack spin prowess. It's more his big stack bludgeoning mastery is what he's known for.
That is true.
Is he known for the short stack spin?
It's not often that you see him with a short stack, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Big stack bludgeoning. There we go. That's one way to describe the wrecking ball. That is Michael Adamo.
I'll tell you a player who I find to be a great short stack spinner. Have you played with Ben Yu? No, Ben Yu. He doesn't really come out to Triton, but he
Why does that name ring
plays
a bell?
like he plays mixed, but he plays all like the WSOP tournaments and
Right, okay,
and
then I do know who he is, yeah.
He is just one of those like alligator blood, like just absolutely can't kill the guy. Like no, it's like he just survives and runs it up. And
You're on kings again, do you? Got you crossed.
What's 50k? And Adamo with the rare verbal jousting.
yeah, I remember one tournament from this WSOP where oh wow. The king, I mean, Adamo just can't catch a break. It's really like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just get that out of the tournament.
This one is just remarkable because of how fast these hands are happening in succession, like literally like one after another.
Yeah, 3 hands in a row. Kings against aces, then lost kings against ace-6, button v big blind, and now ace-10 against the king-10 of Stephen Chidwick.
So, for trying to remember which tournament, it might have been one of the dealer's choice that I cashed or something. But just remember with like, say 30 people left, like I have a lot of chips and Ben is like so short and just, it's one pot, I'm kind of this, but the run out wasn't good and I only got like half his chips and he's even shorter. Then our like table breaks and boom. And then, you know, 2 hours later, there's 2 tables left and I get moved. And now Ben has like a decent stack and I'm short with like 14 people left. And sure enough, like I lose a pot and the very next game he picks the game and he picks some game, which is like terrible for the short stack. I think it was like Limit Omaha because I'm about to take the big blind. So it's like I'm going to have to play him. He's trying to bust me. No split pot, going to have to play. And I bust on that hand. And I'm just like, yep, all right, Ben, there you go.
Thanks,
I
Ben.
just
$25K on front. Big chips. Yeah, sorry.
to his credit, because playing. Here's the thing about tournaments is if you have chips, you're still in, and in fact, your chips are worth even more when it's less. So, and you're very regularly quite short, whether it's super short or you have 15 blinds or whatever it is. So, I think too many people get dejected and like give up at some point along the tournament journey. And the truth is you don't get these pillar to post runs very often. Maybe Michael Adamo bludgeoning the big stack gets a few more than other people, but most of the time there's some adversity along the way that you have to overcome if you're going to do well in the tournament. And so being able to refocus and kind of like shift your mindset to, okay, well now I'm short and this is what I need to do, is huge in tournament play, right?
Double one.
Certainly worlds where Jason does come with the check raise.
Definitely a guy who's going to consider all his options, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. To the final 40 players now.
Ooh. Vlad the Impaler up to third place.
How is he?
I know. I kind of wish we were watching his hands.
That's absurd. From 2.3 at peak, I believe. Loses two big hands against event number 2 champion, Ben Tollerine. Dropped down to 1.1 million. Now back up to 1.4, third in chips.
Little A30 cutoff open. Slightly on the loose side. Paul Foy's BB. King Queen suited, just over 20 bigs. Definitely could stick this in. Doesn't have to. If you knew your opponent was opening ace-3 off in the cutoff, though, you would 3-bet. That's for sure. Because I think you're not supposed to open ace-3 off in the cutoff. It's just a little too loose. At whatever, 20, 30 bigs. Could be coming after Boss Man's big blind.
Is he trying to get kicked out?
The double check. It's probably the play that wins the most money against Veshnikov's actual holding. It either gets him to bet himself or could go check and you get a river value bet in. See, Veshnikov probably folds this combo to a bet on the turn. So, Boss Man getting max value for his hand right now. Veshnikov doesn't really have the best double barrel bluff combo. I think ace high has some showdown on most rivers. Although 6 of hearts is a river with a heart in his hand, filling in some straight draws. Maybe he'll consider bluffing this one. Don't think Paul check call leads the 6 of hearts. I'm going to go ahead and say he checks this.
As you already alluded to, Zhenkov, with showdown value being some of the gut shots, diamond draws.
Yeah. No, nice hand, Paul. I really don't think you could have won more in that pot, versus, given his actual holding. It was almost literally the max. Any other 3-betting pre, betting at any point, all win less. Actual max value.
Raise.
Last 20 minutes or so before we wrap things up today.
Yeah, and just to clarify a little bit, like when I'm saying, oh, hey, like, you know, I'm not saying ace 3 off cutoff open is like wrong, that it's a bad play.
120.
Just because at GTO, I mean, now looking at the solution, at 25 blinds, it has the cutoff folding ace 4 off and opening ace 5 off. But, you know, players are entitled to make adjustments and, you know, deviate from GTO for whatever reasons they might have. So, which obviously none of us are privy to. We can only speculate on. So, you know, just pointing out that someone isn't doing, say, the GTO play, for example, doesn't necessarily mean it's the wrong play, but it is an observation to make.
As we jumping back into this hand, Jason Kuhn flopping quads in this 3-bet pot. Big blind V button. 258k out there. Chidwick, depending on sizing, Brian, gonna stick around to at least a turn, one would assume, if Kuhn comes with something in the form of B25.
So wait, pre-flop was this 4-bet?
3-bet pots. Open,
Just
25k on the button.
Okay.
Kuhn 3-bet to 120.
Oh, wow, so big.
Chidwick calls. Jason with the B15 actually. One would assume you're going to see a turn card.
Yeah.
All in? You just say all in? I have quad, Stevie.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah.
GG's. Kuhn just clarifying with the dealer. He said all in. Did indeed.
GG.
Do you 3-bet pre-flop?
Yeah.
Had to double check, Brian. I've been in that spot before, I'm sure as we all have, where you have everything and your opponent just rips into you. Do the old
Easy
double
game.
peak. Yeah, the other.
That's the ultimate easy game
Yeah.
comment. That's when someone at the table needs to look over to Kuhn and go, easy game, huh? Like, what, you have the uncounterfeitable nuts? Oh, easy game.
Oh, well, well. With that hand, Jason Kuhn up to 5th in chips. We're down to the final 37 players here. Move over to the red feature table. See Ben Heath.
Yeah, new player to join the mix.
One of my favorites, Brian.
I don't have much experience and haven't really met him before, but heard nothing but good things.
3.1 million in Triton earnings, 6 cashes. A couple of crossbars, I should say near misses in Madrid. Final table to 75k, 8 max. Final table to 30k at the start of the series. Did not convert. Also came runner-up in the 50k turbo back here in April.
44.
Ooh. Ben rivering the nuts. Very ugly river card for
ไม่เป็นไรดีแล้ว
Ivan.
อันนี้อยู่ที่เท่าไหร่ครับผมอ่ะ โอเค ดี
He's sliding it on over to Ivan, who knuckles back with his showdown. Gets shown the ace of clubs. Ben Heath up to 470k. Viewers at home reliving that Jason Kuhn, Stephen Chidwick moment. I flopped quads, Stevie, quote unquote.
Yep.
And the jam from Chidwick. Nothing short of GTO. Big blind V button, 3-bet pot.
Yeah, versus the B15. I don't know.
Maybe even get ace queen. Ace queen are cool. No, maybe not. What was it for? 15? Your eyes glared up there.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'd be very interested in looking how ace queen's meant to respond. 3-bet pot, B15 on the flop, there's jam.
Do you even want a spade? Ace queen.
What, so you think like fold with one spade and then call with no spades?
I'm not, I don't know. I'm just, I mean, because obviously having one spade makes it so that you can make a flush, but the flip side is it takes away a class of hands that
Yeah, like the ace
you're
fives,
dominating.
ace threes, ace deuce.
A queen 10 of spades, like those are all hands that you're essentially flipping with. Like,
Laszlo Wojtas at the feature table with the best of it after flatting the 8-6 suited from the cutoff.
The worst hand doing the betting. Worst hand but strongest pre-flop range. Ooh. King, much better card for Pedro and for his range, and we can obviously see that it's a great card for his actual hand. So it's very likely gets bet again. He's gonna be double barreling here with want to double barrel the king with a lot of bluffs like ace 10, jack 10, etc. Any diamonds. So when he has a hand like ace queen or king 10, king jack, ace king, etc., definitely want to bet these. Just at this point, I believe is the equity on his range advantage on that king of clubs turn. Also warrants betting most of his range.
Two people asking what's B15 mean? It means bet 15%. 15% of the pot.
Is he using a time bank here? Oh, he only has 120K. Yeah. And Laszlo with one of those, you just get to win the king of clubs turn. All right, buddy. Just not even gonna waste our time. And turns out that the king
Myself on
did
it.
help
I
his
feel like
actual
Steve-O
hand.
wearing it. But it's amazing. I promised I'd wear it here.
What do you know? Ben 86.
You're not going to
Top of the
finish
chip
this
counts.
No, Dan DeVos is the only poker person. 'Cause it's not a wedding, it's a...
Okay. It's like a gathering.
Yeah, and they would, like his family isn't there. So
Oh.
yeah, DeVos are the only...
Yeah.
You're the second person. Sam Grafton asked me on stream also, so everyone's just like being like, "Man, I thought you were better friends with Tim." On
Me.
stream."
I mean, me too. I've been friends with Tim
Yeah.
for like 13 years or something.
Yeah, no. The other thing he said was, like a lot of his like high school or university friends or whatever, he doesn't see anymore. Well, he sees us like, you know,
Every day. Almost every time.
Yeah, like.
See, I actually saw it the other way for our wedding. We only had 40-some people, but I wanted all the people that were current in our lives to be there. So, like, you know, that's kind of how it is.
Yeah.
Like, for me, my old schoolmates, lost contact.
Yeah, he lost
You know, during my days, no email, no phone, nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, no handphone.
I've heard stories about when you go home, though, people are like, Paul, give me some money and this and that. You walk into
Wow, I have a wild childhood.
Yeah.
Very wild.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I think it was more the idea with there were people he's still close with, but life has sort of conspired where they don't spend as much time together, right? And that made sense to me because, like, yeah.
Yeah. That was his excuse, at least, to not invite us.
Yeah, exactly. 115. I had a friend of mine who invited me to his bachelor party and not his wedding, just so the numbers worked out. And when he's like, yeah, thanks so much, we're going to the bachelor party. A couple other people got the same invite as you. They were like really offended or like pissed off. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I get how it works. You have head counts. You need to like make cuts somewhere. You know.
Yeah.
Nagy facing a tough bet on the Queen of Hearts turn. Tails betting 115 into 160. And putting Nagy's second pair to the test here. Not an easy call this. Tails kind of asking Nagy if he's interested in playing for all of it on the river, should he call here.
Start the shuffle, complete the hand you're on, otherwise stop please. We're just gonna draw for how many hands we're gonna play for tonight.
I would guess this is starting to be the type of hand Mateos doesn't think he would fold out. I think he feel like he's targeting more tens and spade draws. Not as something as good as like a queen jack, but it is not a fun spot for queen jack.
Just comes with the jam.
Yet again, another one of those spots like what we were talking about.
Exactly the same, yeah. I was just thinking that.
10-9 of spades.
Where
Queen
if
jack.
you're going to continue, it's probably best to call and then leave your option open and just call river. Like when you just check jam there, yeah, you're denying some equity, but a lot of the hands you're denying equity would probably have like 5 outs, like what Adrian had. And
We just heard our tournament director, Luca, draw a card. That card was 3, Brian, meaning we're going to play 3 more hands this evening. And the remaining players will bag and tag. We'll come back tomorrow to play for 1.5 million. And Brian, any guesses who the chip leader in the tournament is with 3 left? I mean, this guy, we need to get him on the feature table at some point tomorrow, because just looking at Vladdy's graph over on the Triton Poker Plus app, it's been a ride over there. I mean, it's been an up and down day. Let's put it that way. Battling with Ben 86 and the likes. Ike Caxton, Danny Tang. Up to 1.9 mil. As we dive back into this under the gun, this big blind battle. And Laszlo gives up river. Canapong up to 600k. So 2 more hands for this evening. Or last 3 hands, sorry.
$117 person, 50k. So sick.
It is sick, Jason.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Something to be said when you're doing things right.
It's the best. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
This is amazing, right?
I said in the interview. I said it's absolutely the best event ever. And I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years, and I've been on the other side of the table, and I know I've put together events, and I know what it goes into putting together an event, and I feel like a fly on the ass of a donkey compared to, and I thought I was pretty good at it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
These are absolutely amazing.
Glad you like it. Got to come to some more sometime.
26.
You raise.
That way I call.
Nagy. sending
talking.
some love
That's what I get.
Triton's way. Getting sidetracked in the conversation as it looked like he wanted to raise and didn't realize that Jason had opened from under the gun.
Yeah, and then went with call. It's an interesting spot for Mr. Greenwood, because he probably assumes that Nagy's range is like a little weaker than normal here. So maybe he's gonna, his range just being basically a dealer open range.
Remind me to never play poker with you. You don't miss anything, do you, Brian?
Try not to.
Three-way affair on the 3-heart board.
Yeah, Kuhn flopping by far the best hand, but a board that nobody loves. But that's a great card for Jason. Both versus the hands he's against, obviously, but also one of the best cards that he's going to perceive for him. Queen was already beating him. It's not a heart, didn't fill any draws, not an overcard. It's one less queen in the deck. So he's going to feel somewhat comfortable that he has the best hand. Here he's putting out a little pro bet to take control of the pot, probably get some hands with equity to fold, and
continue making
overall
mistakes.
he figures to get some value, and is actually getting quite a bit from the eights. Now the question is, let's see what he does here. Check, decide versus a bet. Bet small again. I can't see a large bet. If he bets, I would guess it'd be quarter pot or less. So I'm gonna go with he's not betting more than like 32K. All right.
I'm gonna pay.
Perfect hand to target though.
It's close. Nice hand.
Well, at least I didn't do something stupid, Dale.
Nice hand by Jason.
Pretty great hand for accidentally raising the button, though.
Yeah, well, it
could have been worse, you know?
could have been way worse.
I mean, I almost stuck it in there with a
You'd have got called.
not too great hand, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Please, I remind you that tomorrow day 2
you know what? Everything happens for a reason. Really, I want you to get a watch from Paul.
There you go. He knows about the watch. I'm going to get that one right there. Player of the
There you
year.
go.
Well, apparently,
Then I'm going to tell my mother how much that watch costs, and she's going to faint.
in here.
Oh my gosh.
25, 95.
Couple of sharp players out there on the table.
You say what? Buy 3
Greenwood
houses?
almost falling for it.
We come from the same world.
That's right. Actually, Paul comes from the same world too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. I'd love to hear.
That's a man who
sometime.
grinded it up.
It's, you know what? I can't think of raise. 24. I really.
This was on purpose this time.
There's just not better people that have come from that, because you've experienced stuff that you know, people that didn't come from that.
Yes. You appreciate the good things, man.
It's I know, like
And
with
good
Ebony,
people, good company.
for sure. It's you appreciate good people a lot more than a lot of people, and you appreciate. I know, like with Ebony, I appreciate more than anything giving her the opportunity, right? Because when you come from not a lot, coming across opportunities is not the easiest thing.
This one getting knuckled down on the turn. Nagy will win at showdown.
I don't know how to play versus you. I only have 10 high.
Shows the 10 high and is gonna get the good news.
Yay!
Celebrations at the
You
table.
bet I was going to check raise.
Can't check raise in position, Nagy, but hey.
Huh? No more.
I'm a big fan of this
perfect.
guy.
Come on, give us the bag.
I'm a big fan. If you can sit down with the likes of Kuhn and Greenwood and it's all smiles. And there's been a few spots today where he's just like, hey, I don't know what I'm meant to do. I'm just going to call. Like, I don't know. I got 8s. And he was close. You know, maybe Jason does just show down the
7s?
Yeah. Who knows?
Nah.
I'm a fan of anyone
I
that
know
can
Jason,
sit down at the
I know
table.
Jason
and
doesn't have 7s there.
For sure.
But yeah.
But Nagy's not out here
He's
trying
beating
to,
bluffs.
you know, say he's on the same level as you.
No, but I get what you're saying. It's not about that. He's out here battling and having a good time and trying to do his best, which is
and he
the
seems
beautiful
to
thing
be
about poker.
loving the effort that's put in from the Triton team as well. I mean, he's singing everyone's praises, both online and at the feature table. He's a fellow industry person. You know?
I think Boitas has a little bit too much here to leave, especially with the backdoor clubs. I'm not sure what cards KT is going to keep bluffing.
Hey, my man KT just
all right,
just loves the game.
Now this is a great card for KT because he's going to probably keep on bluffing, given that he was willing to bet that flop with the King 6 of Hearts. And, ooh, wow. Okay. I wonder if he's going for the check raise. He figures, because look, there's a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. So he'd rather not like bet here and get raised. He has a little bit too much hand to bet and get raised with. It's kind of really an ugly spot. Probably have to fold, unhappy. All that equity. I mean, because listen, versus like a 90K bet here, like check shove makes.
Once again, players, they too recommend
definitely works.
1. If you like to open your own bag, please show up at the table 5 minutes before that. Also, players,
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty good plan with his hand. Check, goes check, check. I mean, maybe you missed out on bluffing out some weak hands, but you realize your equity. But if check and bet, I mean, look.
Excuse me, how much you have?
Yeah.
All right.
I like it, KT. And KT's a guy who pulls the trigger. Like, I almost want to bet at even money that he's going to check raise.
Like 235 more?
Thank you. You can bet $100 if you want.
It's like, excuse me, how much do you have? 235 more? Thank you. I'm all in, dealer.
All in.
Yeah.
KT with the XR.
I love
on the river.
I love that he found that. That's nice. I mean, that's when you know somebody's like tuned in there. It's a
He's dialed in,
spot.
man.
Yeah.
He's dialed in. Second Triton series. Joined us for the first time back in Madrid, and he's out here checking turn cards that could argue, you know, favors his range. He just comes with he knows his customer, Brian. He knows he's up against Omaha for rolls. KT coming with the check raises. I believe bags are about to be passed round.
Looks over. He's like,
like
this
one
guy
more
just
hand.
this guy just can't wait to stab light on this turn card. Let's go.
He's like, I know this is a good card for me. And if I check, see if there's weak as we look at the chip counts. 2020 Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. It is KT at the top of the chip counts, courtesy of the Czech jam there against Laszlo Wojtaszek. Ben Heath at the bottom of the pack, but 19 big blinds and a dream. So he comes with, as it sounds like bags are being passed round, Brian, as we come back to the commentary booth, wrapping things up here. Event number 3, 15K day 1 is concluded. Brian, going to be back tomorrow, 2 p.m., crowning a champion. And it is your favorite. You picked him from the start. Vladi Traulov leading the pack and coming back tomorrow playing for the $1.5 million.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. Hope he's on the feature. Let's go.
Let's go, Vladi. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 coverage of event number 3 here at 2 p.m. Good night.